Hey there! Tonight, we're not walking dusty roads or sitting by castle fires. Instead, we're drifting out to sea. Past the shoreline, past the gulls and the tide, into the deep where stories are older than the waves themselves. This is the world of Poseidon, the god of the sea, earthquakes and storms. His trident could shake the earth, calm the waters, or stir them into chaos. Sailors prayed to him, cities feared him, and even the other gods treated him with a wary respect. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the sound of the waves settle in. Close your eyes, and let's begin with the story of Poseidon, Lord of the Sea. Settle yourself now. Let your thoughts quieten like a tide going out to sea. Tonight, we turn to the beginning of a story that is as old as the rocks, the waves, and the thunder beneath our feet. The story of Poseidon, the god of the sea. But as with all gods in Greek myth, his beginning was not in calm waters, but in storms of family betrayal, cosmic power struggles, and just a touch of parental neglect. Poseidon was one of 6 children born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea. The Titans, in the Greek imagination, were colossal beings, embodiments of primal forces. Cronus, his father, was the youngest of the 12 Titans, and he was not precisely what you would call a trusting sort. Having overthrown his own father, Uranus, Cronus received a prophecy of his own, that one of his children would one day overthrow him. In fairness, when your family tree is essentially one long chain of betrayals and coups, paranoia is rather understandable. So Cronus did what many ancient tyrants did when faced with the prospect of rebellion. He eliminated the competition. Unfortunately for his children, this meant swallowing them whole. Not symbolically, not exiling them or keeping them locked up in some tower. He literally swallowed them, one by one, as they were born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon all found themselves swallowed alive. It was less a family home, more a sort of divine stomach prison. The Greeks loved these images of reversal and disorder. The womb replaced by a stomach, creation replaced with consumption. To them, it was more than cruelty. It was a reminder that order and chaos were always fighting for control of the world. Not every child met the same fate, however. When the youngest Zeus was born, Rhea had had quite enough of her husband's eating habits. She spirited Zeus away to a cave in Crete, and, in his place, offered Cronus a swaddled stone. Cronus, not being the brightest star in the heavens, swallowed the rock without suspicion. One imagines this made for a rather crunchy meal. Zeus grew to manhood in hiding, and when the time came, he returned to challenge his father. With the help of his grandmother Gaia, and a potion supplied by the goddess Metis, Cronus was forced to disgorge his swallowed children. Out spilled Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, alive and understandably quite cross about the whole business. From this peculiar beginning, the 3 brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, became the great powers of the cosmos. But before that division came the Titanomachy, the great war between the younger Olympian gods and the older Titans. Poseidon fought alongside his brothers in that cosmic conflict, armed with the trident crafted for him by the Cyclopes. Now, you might imagine a trident as a simple 3-pronged spear, useful for spearing fish. In mythology, however, it was something else entirely. A divine weapon capable of shaking the earth and stirring the seas into fury. To the Greeks, who lived in a land regularly shaken by earthquakes, and dependent upon seas that could turn treacherous without warning, this made perfect sense. What better weapon for the god of the sea than one that could command the chaos of nature itself? When the war was won, the three brothers cast lots to decide their domains. Zeus received the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon, fittingly, the sea. Some versions of the myth note that Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this division. After all, the skies seemed brighter and more glorious, while the sea was unpredictable, stormy, and dark. But to the Greeks, who depended upon the sea for trade, travel, and sustenance, Poseidon's domain was nothing less than vital. Without the sea, there was no Greece. It is important to pause here, because Poseidon's character makes much more sense when we understand the Greek relationship with the sea. Ancient Greece was not a single unified land, but a collection of rocky peninsulas and islands scattered across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and difficult. Travel by water, though dangerous, was essential. Every fisherman setting out in a fragile wooden boat, every merchant braving foreign shores, every army crossing to raid or conquer, all looked to Poseidon. But the sea was not simply a road. It was also a destroyer. A sudden storm could smash ships against the rocks. A calm wind could trap you in place until your supplies ran out. To the Greeks, the sea was alive, moody, and deeply unpredictable. And so they made sacrifices to Poseidon, hoping to soothe his temper. He was not only god of the sea, but also the earth shaker. This is another reflection of Greek life. The Aegean region lies in one of the most earthquake-prone zones of the world. Ancient temples, houses, and cities often collapsed under sudden tremors. The Greeks, lacking geological science, attributed these quakes to Poseidon's trident striking the earth in anger. Thus, he was a god of double force, the swelling sea and the trembling land. Poseidon himself is an interesting character in the myths, powerful, temperamental, and proud. Unlike his brother Zeus, who was forever chasing after mortal women, or Hades, who stayed brooding in his underworld, Poseidon is portrayed as unpredictable, easily offended, and quick to vengeance. This suited his natural domain. Sailors never quite knew whether the sea would favour them or destroy them. Poseidon was the embodiment of that uncertainty. Yet the Greeks also saw him as a god of fertility and creation. His link with horses, an odd pairing you might think, until you realise that horses were the most powerful and prestigious animals the Greeks knew, gave him a creative side. The myth runs that Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and brought forth the first horse. He was both destroyer and giver of life, much like the waves that could drown you one day and carry your ship safely the next. In later myths, Poseidon takes Amphitrite, a sea goddess, as his wife. She was not especially eager at first. In fact, she fled his advances. But eventually they were reconciled, and together they ruled the ocean's depths. Their children included Triton, the merman with a conch shell, and a host of other beings who populated the sea in Greek imagination. But that is to skip ahead. In this first stage of Poseidon's story, what we see most clearly is the pattern of the Greek gods themselves. Born into violence, shaped by rebellion, and placed into roles that reflected the natural world around their worshippers, one cannot help but imagine, perhaps with a wry smile, what it must have been like inside Cronus' stomach during those years. Did Poseidon, Hades, and the others chat quietly while waiting to be freed? Did they wonder what had gone wrong in their family? It is a dark image, but the Greeks themselves often told it with a certain dry absurdity. After all, these were not tales meant to be clinical history. They were stories told aloud by firelight or at feasts to explain the world and to entertain. And in that sense, Cronus's poor digestion provided a very memorable beginning to the story of the sea god. If we step back from the myth and look at it historically, there is something recognisably human in these stories. In many ancient cultures, younger generations overthrowing older rulers was a repeating theme. The Greek myths gave cosmic form to this pattern. Just as kings and city-states rose and fell in human life, so too did gods replace their fathers and take their place. Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades, therefore, were not just divine characters, but reflections of the constant cycle of power in the human world. And so, in this first chapter, we find Poseidon emerging from darkness, born of betrayal, freed from his father's belly, armed with a trident that could command the world's most fearsome forces, and given dominion over the restless seas. His story, like the waves, would rise and fall with tempests, rivalries, and uneasy peace. But before we drift further into the storm of his myths, the contests, the monsters, and the quarrels, we pause here, letting the sea rest in our imagination. The sound of waves, eternal, rocking us gently towards sleep. Poseidon has been born, and his trident gleams, ready to stir the waters of history. When we last left Poseidon, he had been rather unceremoniously swallowed by his father, spent some uncomfortable years in divine indigestion, and finally spilled back out into the world alongside his siblings. Hardly the most dignified beginning, but the Greeks rarely gave their gods smooth starts. Now freed, the children of Cronus faced a world still ruled by the Titans, the older generation of gods who had shaped the cosmos since the dawn of time. The stage was set for one of the greatest battles in mythology, the Titanomachy, the war between the old order and the new. It is difficult to imagine what such a war looked like, and perhaps that is the point. The poets and storytellers never described it with the neat ranks of mortal armies or the simple clash of spears. They spoke instead of elemental violence, mountains hurled like pebbles, thunder cracking the sky, rivers boiling, and the very earth shaking under divine feet. Poseidon, trident in hand, stood beside his brothers Zeus and Hades in this struggle, the three united against their father and his generation. It was no family quarrel. It was a cosmic reshaping, the passing of power from one age to another. The Cyclopes, grateful to be freed from their imprisonment in Tartarus, forged weapons for the brothers. Zeus received the thunderbolt, that great flash of divine authority which would forever be his symbol. Hades was given a helm of invisibility, allowing him to move unseen even among gods. And Poseidon, of course, received the trident. It was more than a spear. In the hands of a god, it was a device that could split rock, stir oceans, and send shock waves through the crust of the earth. To later Greeks, accustomed to tremors shaking their homes and seas rising in sudden tempests, the symbolism was painfully clear. The very disasters they feared were nothing less than Poseidon's weapon at work. The war raged for 10 years. For a decade, the cosmos was unbalanced, caught in a struggle between the Titans and the Olympians. Ancient poets told of the Titans hurling mountains across the sky, and of the Olympians fighting back with storm and flame. Poseidon's role is less frequently detailed than Zeus's, but we can imagine him casting his trident into the churning seas, raising monstrous waves to crash against Titan strongholds. And though the stories are myth, they speak to the way the Greeks viewed natural catastrophe. An earthquake that split the ground, a tidal wave sweeping away a coast, a thunderstorm roaring overhead. All of these were remembered as echoes of that first great war. Eventually the younger gods triumphed. Cronus and the Titans were cast down, bound, and hurled into Tartarus, that deepest abyss of the underworld. The world was theirs, but having won it, they faced the difficult question of what to do with it. Who would rule? How would power be divided? It is a question that has plagued victorious allies throughout history. One thinks of the division of empires after great wars, or the uneasy treaties between once allied states. The Greeks projected the same dilemma onto their gods. The Olympians could not all reign together in harmony. Such is not the way of myths. There had to be roles, territories, boundaries. And so the three brothers drew lots. To Zeus fell the sky, that vast realm of clouds, thunder, and sunlit heights. To Hades fell the underworld, a shadowy kingdom of the dead. And to Poseidon fell the sea, endless, unpredictable, and profoundly necessary. Some versions of the myth suggest Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this outcome. The sea, after all, was treacherous and unstable, whereas the sky seemed to glitter with brilliance and authority. Hades received a kingdom all his own, where no one could question his sovereignty. Poseidon's realm, meanwhile, was constantly crashing against the shores of his brother's domain, never quite still, never quite certain. Yet it was his lot, and from that moment forward, the sea belonged to him. Here, the myths touch something deeply true about Greek life. Unlike the landlocked peoples of other regions, the Greeks were bound to the sea. Their world was a scattering of rocky peninsulas and islands that stretched like stepping stones across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and awkward, but the sea offered highways, dangerous ones, but highways nonetheless. Every ship setting sail from Corinth or Athens, every fisherman daring the waves at dawn, every trader bound for Egypt or Sicily, knew they were placing themselves in Poseidon's hands. To live as a Greek was to depend upon the sea for life, wealth, and survival, and at the same time to fear its sudden moods. In Poseidon, they saw the embodiment of that paradox. Even earthquakes were tied to his name. The Greeks called him the Earth Shaker. Living as they did in one of the most seismically active regions of the world, they could hardly ignore the tremors that rattled their homes, cracked their temples, and toppled their city walls. Today, we may reach for geology textbooks and tectonic plates. They reached for myth. The ground quaked because Poseidon, restless, struck the earth with his trident. It was an explanation as terrifying as it was satisfying, not a meaningless accident, but the work of a god, angry or impatient. Poseidon's trident itself became one of the most famous symbols in mythology. It was often imagined stirring the seas into storm or splitting the ground with a single strike. Later art, from pottery to sculpture, never failed to depict him holding it proudly. It was, in a sense, his identity, as Zeus had his thunderbolt and Hades his dark helm. To the Greeks, gods were not abstractions. They were beings with visible, recognizable traits, and Poseidon without his trident would have seemed incomplete. Yet there is also a more curious side to Poseidon's new role. He was not merely a god of destruction. The myths often describe him as a giver as well. He was linked to horses, for reasons that might strike us as odd at first. But to the Greeks, who valued horses as symbols of power, prestige, and speed, the connection made sense. One myth tells that Poseidon, striking the earth with his trident, brought forth the first horse. Others describe him as a tamer of steeds, their divine patron. Perhaps there was some practical association too. The rolling waves compared to galloping horses, the sea imagined as a herd of creatures charging endlessly against the shore. What is clear is that Poseidon's realm was vast and complex. It was not simply the sea as water, but all that the sea represented: travel, danger, trade, fertility, destruction, and creation. His temperament matched it. Unlike Zeus, who clung to order, or Hades, who ruled in silence, Poseidon was moody. Sailors never knew whether he would favour them or wreck them. He was both protector and punisher, saviour and destroyer. In him, the Greeks saw the contradictions of their own world reflected back. The division of the cosmos into 3 realms also speaks to a larger Greek worldview. They believed in balance: sky, sea, and underworld, each ruled by a brother, none able to dominate entirely. It was a fragile balance, to be sure, but it was balance nonetheless. And within that framework, Poseidon was essential. Without him, the sea would have no master, no explanation. His domain might not have seemed as glorious as the sky, or as sovereign as the underworld, but it was unavoidable. The Greeks could not ignore the sea, and therefore they could not ignore Poseidon. One imagines, perhaps with a small smile, the moment of drawing lots. Did Zeus cough politely and suggest he had shuffled fairly? Did Hades sigh and accept his gloomy fate without complaint? Did Poseidon raise an eyebrow at the endless saltwater domain now laid upon him? Myths do not answer these questions, but they leave room for us to wonder. And the humour of divine family politics is never far from the surface. The gods, after all, were mirrors of human society. Brothers argued, power was divided uneasily, and luck played its role. With the Titanomachy concluded and the cosmos divided, Poseidon settled into his role. He would build a palace of coral and gold beneath the waves, populate his realm with sea creatures both wondrous and terrifying, and begin the long history of quarrels, rivalries, and adventures that would define his myth. But even here at the beginning, we already sense his nature. He is restless, powerful, and unpredictable. The sea made flesh, with all its beauty and danger. The Greeks, telling these stories by lamplight or in crowded marketplaces, must have looked to the horizon and felt the truth of them. The sea was never far away, and it was never tame. To explain its moods, to imagine a god wielding a trident and shaking the earth, was not only poetry, it was survival. And so Poseidon, once a child swallowed in fear, emerged from war as a king, his throne set not in the sky nor in the earth below, but in the shifting, rolling, eternal waters of the world. When the cosmos had been divided and the lots drawn, Poseidon was given dominion over the sea. It was not the tidy realm that Zeus claimed in the heavens, nor the enclosed kingdom that Hades received beneath the earth. The sea was endless, shifting, and unpredictable. To rule it was to hold power over something that could never truly be mastered. It was a gift of majesty and a burden of restlessness. And perhaps this is why Poseidon came to be remembered as a god with moods as changeable as the waters he commanded. The poets imagined that he established his home in a palace beneath the waves, a hall of coral and gleaming stone with silver rooftops and gates of pearl. Dolphins played in its courtyards, hippocamps, half horse, half fish, drew his chariot across the waters, and his son Triton blew a conch shell to calm or stir the tides. If Zeus's throne on Mount Olympus was a beacon of lofty authority, Poseidon's palace was a majesty hidden in the depths, mysterious and unreachable, like the sea itself. Of course, no mortal ever saw such a place. The Greeks described it as a way of explaining the unknown. What lay beneath the waves, in the vast dark that swallowed ships and treasures, had to be filled with something. And what better than the hall of a god, gleaming just out of reach? For sailors staring at the horizon, the thought of Poseidon watching was both reassuring and a little unnerving. His most famous emblem, the trident, was everywhere. To a fisherman it was a tool, but in Poseidon's hands it was no ordinary spear. With it he could raise storms, split rocks, or shake the earth until cities fell. Earthquakes, so common in Greece, were seen as his strikes against the ground. Storms that dashed ships against rocks were his anger, and a calm sea his fleeting generosity. Just as Zeus was never depicted without his thunderbolt, Poseidon was never imagined without his trident. It was the very essence of his power, as much a part of him as the waves themselves. But the sea was more than a destroyer. It was also bountiful. It gave fish to coastal villages, it linked distant lands, and it carried ships laden with goods. Wine, olive oil, pottery, and grain crossed the Aegean to enrich city-states. Homer himself called it the wine-dark sea, glowing with strange colours under the sun. The Greeks both feared and loved it, just as they feared and honoured Poseidon. This duality shaped Greek identity. Unlike the Egyptians, bound together by the Nile, or the Mesopotamians, whose rivers ran steady through their plains, the Greeks had no single river to unite them. Instead, they were tied together by the sea. Islands and peninsulas were like stepping stones, and every road eventually led to water. The sea was at once the lifeline and the danger. To worship Poseidon was not optional. It was a necessity of survival. His symbols went beyond the trident. Horses, for instance, were tied to his name. In some stories he created the first horse by striking the earth with his trident. In others, he tamed them and was their divine protector. At first, horses and sea gods seem an odd pairing, but the Greeks often spoke of waves as if they were creatures, white-maned and galloping endlessly against the shore. Horses also represented wealth and prestige, and dedicating them to Poseidon was a mark of respect. In fact, one of the stranger offerings made to him was the drowning of horses in the sea. Grim, but thought appropriate for a god who ruled both land and water. Dolphins, on the other hand, softened his image. Sailors saw them leaping beside their ships and took them as signs of Poseidon's favour. While Zeus had his eagle and Athena her owl, Poseidon had dolphins, playful and loyal companions of the deep. In artwork, they swim beside his chariot or carry nereids across the waves. They were proof that Poseidon could be kind as well as cruel, yet his myths often emphasized destruction. In one tale, he and Apollo built the walls of Troy for King Laomedon, only to be cheated of payment. Poseidon responded by sending a sea monster against the city. The story is more than a warning about broken contracts. It reflects the Greek truth that no city wall, no matter how strong, was beyond the reach of the sea. Flood, quake, and storm could undo stone more quickly than any army. The title Earthshaker shows just how broad his reach was. Greece lies on restless fault lines, and temples and towns alike were levelled by sudden tremors. The Greeks had no science of tectonics. They had Poseidon. His trident striking the ground explained what they could not otherwise understand. Sacrifices to him were made not just by sailors, but by kings and farmers, hoping to calm the tremors beneath their feet. Still, he was not always wrathful. Poseidon also granted calm passages, guided ships to safety, and blessed cities with wealth. His temples stood proudly across Greece, none more striking than the one at Cape Sunion. Even today, its white columns rise over the sea, visible for miles to sailors approaching Athens. Imagine an ancient crew spotting those columns at dawn, weary, hungry, and suddenly reminded that the god of the sea had not forgotten them. The humour of his character lies in his moods. Sailors might offer sacrifices, pour out wine, and beg for favour, but ultimately it depended on whether Poseidon was in the mood to be generous. Did he wake gently, stirring only a mild breeze? Or did some slight, perhaps a forgotten offering, or simply poor timing, provoke him to whip up a storm? His nature was as uncertain as the waters he ruled. In myth, Poseidon rode in a chariot drawn by seahorses, the waters parting before him. Wherever he passed, the waves fell silent, awed by his presence. It is a stirring image, the god not struggling against the sea but gliding above it in full command. For mortals, always vulnerable to sudden winds and treacherous currents, the idea of such mastery was deeply compelling. Yet the myths remind us that only Poseidon held that power. Mortals might survive by luck or prayer, but they could never control the waves. His realm was therefore a paradox. His palace glittered beneath the waves, yet his trident could topple cities. His dolphins were playful, yet his earthquakes deadly. He could bless with calm or destroy with flood. In him, the Greeks saw the sea made flesh, dangerous, beautiful, and utterly beyond control. For the Greeks, every sound of waves against the rocks, every tremor of the earth, every sudden storm was a reminder of Poseidon's presence. To live with the sea at your doorstep was to live with the awareness of him. His power was not distant or abstract. It was immediate and unavoidable. And so, whether they prayed at his temples, carved tridents on their ships, or simply looked out to the horizon with respect, the Greeks never forgot the god of the sea. And as the waves rolled on, endlessly upon the shore, they believed they were hearing his voice, sometimes gentle, sometimes furious, but always alive. It meant that the world itself was breathing, and that a god moved restlessly within it. If Poseidon was lord of the sea, he was also master of quarrels. Few gods in Greek mythology were so quick to anger, or so reluctant to let a grudge fade. He carried himself with pride, and where pride led, arguments often followed. Among his many rivalries, and there were many, none is more famous or more revealing of the Greek imagination than his contest with Athena for the patronage of a city that would one day be called Athens. The setting of the story was the rocky land of Attica, a region without a god to call its protector. Its people, so the myth tells us, wished for a divine patron who would safeguard them, enrich them, and bless their city with prosperity. Two gods stepped forward, each eager to claim the prize. Poseidon, lord of the sea, with his trident and his rolling waves, and Athena, goddess of wisdom, skill, and strategy. Both were powerful, both ambitious, and both unwilling to yield. The quarrel had to be resolved through a contest, and the prize was nothing less than the heart of a people. Poseidon struck first, as suited his nature. He strode to the rocky Acropolis, and with a mighty blow of his trident, split the stone. From the cleft gushed forth a spring of water, bubbling up in dazzling display. The crowd of mortals gasped. Surely this was a gift beyond imagining, a source of life sprung from bare rock. But when they tasted it, their awe turned to confusion. The water was salty, briny as the sea itself. Dramatic, yes. Spectacular, certainly. But not especially useful for drinking or farming. In a land where every drop of fresh water mattered, Poseidon's gift was impressive to look at and disappointing to use. It was, in short, a very Poseidon gesture. Magnificent, but impractical. Then it was Athena's turn. She stepped forward, calm and deliberate, and planted a seed in the ground. From it grew a tree, the first olive. Its leaves shimmered silver green in the sunlight, and its fruit promised food, oil, and wood. Modest compared to a gushing spring, yet infinitely more valuable. Olives could feed a household, oil could burn in lamps to light the night, and the wood could be shaped into tools and vessels. More than that, olive oil could be traded across seas, bringing wealth and influence to a people who possessed it. Athena's gift was quiet, humble, and practical, a gift for the long term, not the moment. The people judged Athena's offering superior. The city was named Athens in her honour, not Poseidonia. The goddess of wisdom became its patron, and the olive tree its symbol. Poseidon, however, was not a god to accept defeat gracefully. In some versions, enraged by his loss, he flooded the Attic plain in vengeance, sending waves across the land to remind mortals of the power they had slighted. In others, he withdrew in silence, storing the memory of the insult for centuries to come. One imagines him muttering darkly to himself, perhaps wondering why mortals preferred trees to salt water, as though such things were remotely comparable. The story has often been told with a touch of humour, and perhaps that is part of its appeal. Poseidon's gift was showy but impractical, while Athena's was simple and essential. The myth reflects a choice of values. Athens prided itself on wisdom, foresight, and strategy, qualities Athena embodied. Poseidon's salty spring symbolised brute force, tempestuous power, and sudden spectacle. The Athenians admired these qualities in sailors and warriors, but they did not wish them to define their city's soul. Yet the contest also reveals a deeper truth. Athens may have chosen Athena, but it could not ignore Poseidon. The city depended on both gods in different ways. Athena's olive trees covered the land of Attica, providing sustenance and trade. Amphorae of oil, stamped with Athenian symbols, travelled across the Mediterranean. Olive oil was poured out in sacrifices, rubbed onto the bodies of athletes, and stored in jars as wealth itself. Without Athena's tree, Athens would not have thrived. But Athens also lived by the sea. The port of Piraeus bustled with ships bringing grain from Egypt, timber from Macedonia, and goods from far-off lands. In the classical age, the Athenian navy ruled the Aegean. Swift triremes, rowed by citizens in tight ranks, carried the city's influence across the waters. Themistocles, one of Athens' shrewdest leaders, once argued that the salvation of the city lay not in its walls but in its fleet. And he was right. It was the ships that turned Athens into a naval empire, the sea that gave it power to face Persia, and Poseidon's realm that bore those ships forward. In that sense, the myth of the contest is less about victory and defeat, and more about balance. Athena gave Athens its mind, its strategy, its symbol of peace and prosperity. Poseidon gave it its reach, its ships, its power over the Aegean. The Athenians may have laughed at the saltwater spring and praised the olive, but they never neglected sacrifices to the sea god. His temple stood proudly at Sunion and other headlands, his name invoked whenever a voyage began. The city honoured Athena above all, but it never forgot that Poseidon was waiting, restless and moody, just beyond the horizon. The myth also connects directly to the landscape. On the Acropolis itself, visitors could see an ancient olive tree said to be the very one Athena had planted, and nearby was a saltwater pool called the Sea of Erechtheus, believed to be the mark of Poseidon's trident. These physical features were woven into the story. Myth was not distant fantasy, but part of the very ground underfoot. To stand on the Acropolis was to stand at the place where gods had struck the earth. The tree and the spring were proof, living and eternal, that Athens was shaped by both Athena and Poseidon. Historically, the choice of Athena also made sense. Olive trees grew naturally in the stony soil of Attica, thriving where other crops failed. They endured drought, lived for centuries, and became symbols of endurance. The Athenians built their wealth on olive oil, trading it for grain and goods. To them, Athena's gift was not just a myth, but an explanation of their fortune. Poseidon's spring, by contrast, represented the other half of their reality. The sea, endless and salty, dangerous but necessary. The myth encapsulated the dual identity of Athens, land of wisdom and craft, yet always tied to the sea. Poseidon's quarrel with Athena did not end there. The rivalry continued in the myths of kings and heroes. Some versions tell that Erechtheus, an early king of Athens, fought against Poseidon's son Eumolpus, who claimed the land by right. Their battle ended with Erechtheus's death, and the Athenians built him a tomb on the Acropolis itself, near the salt spring of Poseidon. Thus, their rivalry was not only divine, but political, shaping stories of kingship and succession. And Poseidon, being who he was, found rivals elsewhere too. He fought Hera for Argos, Apollo for Delphi, even Zeus for the island of Aegina. He seemed unwilling to stay within his boundaries, forever eager to assert himself. But nowhere was his rivalry so symbolic as in Athens. There, Athena's victory became a story told for generations, a reminder of what the city valued most. Still, one cannot help but smile at the irony. Athens declared itself the city of Athena, yet it built a fleet that depended on Poseidon. It crowned victors with olive wreaths, yet its empire was forged on the sea. In a way, the city lived in constant negotiation between the two gods, just as the myth described. Wisdom and sea power, olive and salt, land and water. Athens was shaped by all of them. The rivalry, then, is not only a story of defeat, but of coexistence. The olive tree grew, the salt spring bubbled, and both were sacred. Athena may have been chosen, but Poseidon left his mark as well. His trident struck the rock, and the scar remained. Athena's tree offered peace, but the restless sea was never far away. The Athenians understood that their city needed both. And so, in this chapter of Poseidon's tale, we see him not only as lord of waves and shaker of the earth, but as a god whose pride could shape the fate of cities. His rivalry with Athena was not forgotten, for it was etched into stone, soil, and story. He may have lost the Acropolis, but he gained something else. A permanent place in the identity of Athens as rival, neighbour, an ever-present reminder of the sea's power. When one imagines Poseidon, it is natural to think of waves crashing against the shore, or of earthquakes shaking the earth. Yet the myths also remember him in quieter moments, not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. Strangely enough, one of his most famous tales is not about storms or shipwrecks, but about walls. city walls to be exact. It is the story of Troy before the Trojan War, when Poseidon, the earth-shaker himself, put his hand to construction. The tale begins with a slight against the gods, for most of these stories do. King Laomedon ruled Troy in those days, and like many mortal kings, he was proud, ambitious, and not always wise when it came to dealing with immortals. In some accounts, he offended Zeus by boasting of his city's power. In others, he angered Apollo and Poseidon directly. Whatever the cause, the two gods found themselves punished by Zeus, compelled to serve Laomedon in disguise as humble labourers. It was a strange fate for gods, the archer god Apollo and the mighty sea lord Poseidon working like common masons. But the Greeks delighted in telling such stories, where the high and mighty were brought low, if only for a time. The task set for them was to build the walls of Troy. Day after day they worked, Apollo shaping the stones with divine precision, Poseidon lifting them with the strength of a god. Slowly the walls rose, massive and unyielding, destined to become famous centuries later when Homer sang of their fall. Even as slaves, the gods brought magnificence to the work. The stones fitted so tightly together that no blade of grass could grow between them. Mortals would later say that no human hand could have built such walls, and they were right. But when the work was finished, Laomedon committed a mistake that would echo through history. He refused to pay them. Whether out of arrogance, greed, or sheer foolishness, he denied the agreed reward. To cheat a mortal was one thing, to cheat a god was quite another. Apollo returned to his shrines, harbouring quiet resentment. Poseidon, however, was not a god of quiet moods. His anger was immediate, his vengeance swift. He sent a sea monster against Troy, a beast that rose from the waters to ravage the coast and threaten the city. Panic seized the Trojans. The walls, though mighty, could not protect them from a monster of the deep. Laomedon consulted oracles, as kings often did in desperate times, and was told that the only way to appease the god's wrath was to sacrifice his daughter Hesione. She was bound to the rocks by the shore, a victim meant to satisfy the hunger of the sea beast. It is here that myth, as so often, shifts from tragedy to heroism. For along came Heracles, passing through Troy on his labours. Seeing the girl bound to the rocks, he struck a bargain. If Laomedon would give him horses promised by Zeus, he would slay the monster. The king agreed, though one begins to suspect he was not very reliable with promises. Heracles fought the beast, killed it, and freed Hesione. But when Laomedon again refused to keep his word, Heracles returned later with an army, sacked Troy, and killed the king. Thus Poseidon's quarrel with Laomedon, begun over unpaid wages, set in motion events that would ripple down the centuries, laying the groundwork for the later Trojan War. What do we make of this story? On one level, it is simply another tale of divine anger and human folly. But on another, it reflects the Greek sense of justice. Promises mattered. To cheat the gods was to invite ruin. Laomedon's refusal to honour his bargain with Poseidon and Apollo brought not only a monster, but destruction upon his house. In Greek culture, where oaths were sacred and hospitality a duty, such betrayal was more than impolite. It was a violation of cosmic order. It is also telling that Poseidon is remembered here not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. The same god who could level walls with earthquakes also raised them with his strength. His power was double-edged. He could create magnificence, and he could sweep it away. In this he reflected the sea itself. The waters brought wealth, trade, and life to Greek shores, but they also destroyed, flooding fields and smashing ships. To honour Poseidon was to acknowledge both aspects, the giver and the taker, the builder and the breaker. Historically, the walls of Troy held enormous significance. Archaeological evidence suggests that the city did indeed have formidable defences, rebuilt several times across centuries. To the Greeks, these walls were legendary. To say that Apollo and Poseidon had built them was to explain their grandeur, to place them outside the reach of ordinary human effort. And when the walls eventually fell to the Greeks in the Trojan War, it was not just a military victory, but the shattering of something believed to be divine. There is also a quiet humour in imagining Poseidon, the tempestuous sea god, standing in the dust with a stonemason's hammer, muttering about mortar joints and wall height. The Greeks told these stories with a wink, aware of the incongruity. Their gods were mighty, yes, but they were also strangely human. They quarrelled, they laboured, they were cheated, and they sought revenge. In that humanity lay their appeal. Poseidon may have shaken the earth with his trident, but he also knew the sting of unpaid wages, a grievance any mason might understand. The tale of Laomedon and the walls of Troy also foreshadows Poseidon's later role in the Trojan War itself. Though the great conflict came generations later, Poseidon never forgot the insult. When the Greeks attacked Troy, he lent his strength to the walls once more, but he also aided the Greeks when it suited him, punishing Trojans for their king's past arrogance. The gods, it seems, had long memories. A slight against Poseidon was not easily erased, even if decades had passed. And so, in this chapter of his story, Poseidon reveals himself not just as the roaring sea or the trembling earth, but as a figure tied to human justice, pride, and vengeance. He could raise walls, but he could also send monsters to tear them down. He could be labourer, avenger, and destroyer, all in one. For the Greeks, who built their own walls against enemies and watched earthquakes topple them without warning, this was a truth they knew all too well. The story also captures the way myth and history blur together. Troy was a real place, its ruins still visible in Anatolia. Its walls really did rise high, layer upon layer, rebuilt across ages. The Greeks, seeing them, explained their grandeur with myth. They imagined gods straining at stone, shaping blocks no mortal could lift. And when they told how those same walls fell, they saw in it not only a military tale, but a cosmic lesson. Nothing, however divine, stood forever against time, pride, and fate. Thus, Poseidon's role as wall builder becomes more than a curious aside. It is a reflection of his double nature, his closeness to human struggles, and his importance in the great story of Troy. He was not only the god who wrecked ships and shook mountains, but the god who shaped cities, punished oaths broken, and laid the foundations for wars to come. And so we leave him here, the great builder and breaker, a god who could raise stone higher than men and topple it faster than fire. The walls of Troy stood as a monument to his strength and as a warning of his wrath. For Poseidon was never a god to be ignored, never a power to be cheated. His trident could carve the earth, his monsters could rise from the sea, and his vengeance could echo across generations. Poseidon was not a distant god, content to sit in his coral palace beneath the waves while mortals went about their lives. Like his brother Zeus, he interfered often in the affairs of men, sometimes to bless, sometimes to punish, and often to remind mortals that the gods were never far away. Among all the Olympians, Poseidon was perhaps the most unpredictable in his dealings with heroes. At times he acted as a father, a protector, even a patron. At other times he was merciless, sending storms, monsters, or endless obstacles against those who crossed him. His relationships with heroes, like the sea itself, could be generous one day and destructive the next. Perhaps the most famous of these encounters was with Odysseus, the wily king of Ithaca. Odysseus was clever, resourceful, and a favourite of Athena, which already placed him at odds with Poseidon, Athena's eternal rival. But it was a single rash act that turned Poseidon into his greatest enemy. On the long voyage home from Troy, Odysseus and his men landed on the island of the Cyclopes, and there they encountered Polyphemus, the one-eyed giant who happened to be Poseidon's son. Polyphemus captured them, intending to eat them one by one, not the most charming of hosts. Odysseus, with his trademark cunning, blinded the Cyclops with a sharpened stake and escaped with his men. It was a brilliant escape, but a foolish victory. As Odysseus sailed away, he revealed his name to Polyphemus, boasting of the trick. The wounded giant cried out to his father, Poseidon, begging for vengeance. And Poseidon listened. For the rest of his journey, Odysseus was hounded by storms, shipwrecks, and endless delays. What might have been a voyage of weeks turned into 10 long years. Poseidon barred his way at every turn, smashing his fleet, scattering his men, and leaving Odysseus to wander from island to island. The Odyssey, one of the greatest tales in Greek literature, is in many ways the story of Poseidon's wrath. While Athena guided Odysseus toward home, Poseidon set every obstacle he could in his path. The sea itself became the battlefield between them. Yet Poseidon was not always the enemy of heroes. In Theseus, the legendary king of Athens, he was remembered as a father. Some versions of the myth claim that Aegeus, king of Athens, was Theseus's mortal father. Others, however, say that Poseidon was his true sire. The sea god granted him strength and protection, marking him as a semi-divine hero. When Theseus journeyed to Crete to face the Minotaur, he was said to be watched over by Poseidon's power. In art and story, the connection between Theseus and Poseidon gave the Athenians both pride and legitimacy. Their greatest hero was linked by blood to the god of the sea. In a city defined by its rivalry with Poseidon, this was a curious but useful bond. It allowed Athenians to claim that even if their city had chosen Athena as patron, Poseidon had not abandoned them entirely. He had given them a hero. Poseidon's other children were not always so noble. From his many liaisons, both willing and not, came a host of beings, some heroic, some monstrous. The Cyclopes, like Polyphemus, were counted among his offspring. So too were giants and wild creatures of the sea. Triton, his son with Amphitrite, was more kindly remembered. A merman with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish who blew a conch shell to calm or stir the waters. But even Triton's powers carried menace. The conch could raise waves as easily as still them. Poseidon's family reflected his nature, half benefactor, half terror. His dealings with heroes often carried lessons. When he aided, it was to show that even the sea could be a source of life and support. When he punished, it was to remind mortals of the cost of arrogance. In Odysseus's case, the message was clear. Cleverness could win battles, but pride and boasting could bring ruin. For the Greeks, who prized cunning and wit, this was a sobering reminder that even intelligence had to be tempered with humility before the gods. The sea itself shaped these stories. Greek sailors knew what it was to be at the mercy of winds and waves. A sudden storm could smash a fleet, as Poseidon smashed Odysseus's ships. A calm sea could deliver them safely to harbour, as Poseidon might grant to his favourites. To attribute these changes to the moods of a god was not just poetic, but practical. It gave shape and meaning to forces otherwise beyond control. When a hero succeeded or failed, it was never simply chance. It was the will of Poseidon. We should also note the political uses of such myths. Cities and families often trace their lineage to gods to claim prestige. To call Theseus the son of Poseidon was to strengthen Athens' claim to greatness. To explain Odysseus' wanderings as the work of Poseidon was to make his story one of cosmic significance, not merely bad luck. The gods, in this sense, legitimized both heroism and suffering. They made human struggles part of a larger divine pattern. Poseidon's wrath was not reserved only for individuals. Entire peoples could feel his anger. In one myth, the people of Corinth neglected his worship, and he sent earthquakes to remind them of his power. In another, he competed with Hera for Argos, or with Apollo for Delphi, seeking to extend his influence. He did not accept boundaries easily, nor did he forgive insults lightly. For mortals, this made him both essential and dangerous. To neglect Poseidon was folly. To honour him was necessary, though never a guarantee of safety. His nature as both father and foe gave him a special place in the Greek imagination. Zeus was often distant, ruling with thunderbolts from on high. Hades remained below, silent and brooding, but Poseidon was near. His realm lapped at every shore, shook every city with tremors, and reminded mortals daily of his presence. He was a god who touched human life constantly, sometimes as protector, sometimes as punisher. And so, in the stories of heroes, we see Poseidon most clearly. He is the father who grants strength, the patron who legitimizes a hero's rule, the avenger who punishes arrogance, the destroyer who bars the way home. He is as changeable as the sea, generous, wrathful, patient, and sudden. In him, the Greeks recognized both the hope and the fear of their world. There is a kind of humour in how often Poseidon's grudges shaped epic tales. One boast from Odysseus, shouted across the waves, became the cause of 10 years' wandering. One unpaid debt from Laomedon brought a sea monster to Troy. The gods, it seems, had egos as fragile as mortals, and Poseidon's especially so. Yet the humour is tinged with truth. For just as a single careless word could offend a god, a single careless act could spell ruin at sea. The parallel was too perfect to ignore. Historically, these stories also remind us how much the Greeks depended on the sea. Their heroes were often seafarers, their wars fought with ships, their trade carried across waves. To make Poseidon central to their tales was to acknowledge that dependence. Even in myths of land-bound heroes like Theseus, the god of the sea appears, as though to insist that no story could escape his influence. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as the god of oceans and earthquakes, but as the shaper of human destiny through his heroes. He was the unseen hand that guided or thwarted them, the father of some, the enemy of others, and the constant reminder that the sea was never to be taken lightly. For the Greeks, who built their lives on fragile boats and sailed across uncertain waters, this truth was as clear as the horizon itself. Poseidon's stories with heroes are not simple tales of victory or defeat. They are warnings and reflections, lessons carried in narrative form. They whisper of pride and punishment, of generosity and vengeance, of a God who gave and took with equal measure. To listen to them is to hear the sea itself. Calm one moment, raging the next, but always present, always alive, always waiting. When the Greeks spoke of Poseidon, they did not only think of the sea, they also thought of the earth itself trembling beneath their feet. His title, Enosishthon, the Earth Shaker, was one of his most ancient and most feared names. To live in Greece was to live with earthquakes. Temples collapsed, mountains split, and whole towns vanished under the weight of falling stone. For a people who built their lives among fault lines and shifting ground, it was only natural to believe that such power belonged to a god. And who better than Poseidon, already master of storms and restless seas, to carry the trident that struck the land itself? The connection may at first seem odd. Why would the sea god be linked with earthquakes? Yet in the Greek imagination, it made perfect sense. The same force that churned the waves could shake the land. The sea lay under and around everything, its hidden strength rising up without warning. Earthquakes were sudden, violent, and impossible to resist. Very much like the tempests Poseidon was known to hurl against sailors. He was, in short, the embodiment of natural disaster, whether on water or on land. Stories of Poseidon's power as Earthshaker abound. In the Iliad, Homer describes how Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and the earth shuddered. Mountains shook, rivers trembled, and even Hades himself feared that the world above might crack open and reveal his gloomy realm. That image, of God so powerful that even other gods quailed, captures something essential about Poseidon. He was not simply one ruler among many. He was a force that made the cosmos itself uneasy. There is a certain dark humour in this title as well. Imagine a Greek farmer carefully building his stone house or wall, only to see it crumble a year later in a quake. What better explanation than that Poseidon had decided to give the earth a bit of a shake? One can almost hear the farmer muttering that the god must have been in a foul mood again, and hoping that a quick sacrifice of a ram or bull might improve his temper. Religion, in this sense, was a way of coping. Earthquakes were terrifying, but if they were the will of a god, then perhaps they could be placated. Some myths made the connection explicit. Poseidon was said to have struck the ground with his trident to create springs or to open passages to the sea. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the sanctuary, Poseidon was believed to have been its original god, ruling over an oracle where earthquakes were thought to reveal the will of the divine. At Troezen, a city in the Peloponnese, the people claimed that Poseidon split the rocks apart with his trident, forming sacred spaces. Everywhere one looked, cracks in the earth or sudden springs were linked to his power. Historically, the fear was well founded. Greece lies at the meeting point of tectonic plates, and earthquakes have shaped its history again and again. Archaeologists find layers of destruction in ancient cities, Mycenae, Tiryns, Knossos, where walls fell suddenly and rebuilding began almost immediately. To the ancients, these were not geological accidents. They were divine reminders. Poseidon, restless in his palace beneath the sea, had struck the ground in anger. And if he had done so once, he might do so again. The dual nature of Poseidon, sea and quake, made him doubly dangerous and doubly essential. Sailors feared his storms, but farmers feared his tremors. City leaders prayed to him not only before launching fleets, but also when they raised temples and walls. Sacrifices to Poseidon might come from those who never set foot on a ship, but who had felt the ground shift beneath them while they slept. He was, in this sense, a god who united land and sea, terror and necessity. There are tales too of Poseidon using earthquakes as weapons. During the Trojan War, when the gods chose sides, Poseidon struck the walls of Troy with his trident, shaking them to their foundations. In another story, he shattered a mountain to punish impious mortals. For him, the quake was not simply a natural occurrence, but an act of will, a sign that divine justice had fallen. Just as Zeus hurled thunderbolts, Poseidon sent earthquakes. One of the more striking connections is between Poseidon and horses. At first, this may seem unrelated to his role as earth shaker, but the Greeks imagined the rumbling of hooves across the earth as similar to the rumbling of tremors. Horses were powerful, dangerous, and hard to control, much like the sea and the ground beneath. To worship Poseidon Hippios, the tamer of horses, was to recognize the same unpredictable strength that shook cities and raised waves. Some scholars think that Poseidon may originally have been a horse god, only later gaining his identity as Lord of the Sea. If so, his connection to earthquakes may stretch even deeper into pre-Greek traditions, when thunder, hooves, and tremors were seen as one and the same. There is another layer here too. The Greeks were keenly aware of the fragility of their buildings. Unlike the great stone monuments of Egypt, Greece's temples and houses were often toppled and rebuilt. Earthquakes forced constant renewal. In that renewal, Poseidon was both feared and respected. He could destroy, but he also cleared the way for rebuilding. In some ways, he was a god of change, reminding mortals that nothing was fixed forever. His tremors forced new beginnings, however unwilling. One can imagine the role this played in their worldview. Just as Poseidon overthrew Laomedon's walls, just as he thwarted Odysseus at sea, so too could he topple the proudest human efforts in a single strike. To the Greeks, who saw cities rise and fall, leaders replaced, and fortunes reversed, the idea that even the earth could not be trusted was entirely believable. Poseidon embodied that uncertainty. He was the god of instability, the reminder that nothing solid was truly safe. And yet, he was still honoured, still prayed to. Bulls were drowned in his honour, horses sacrificed, and temples built on headlands where land met sea. In worshipping Poseidon as Earthshaker, the Greeks admitted their fear, but also sought to live with it. Better to have him as a god who might be placated than to live in a world of meaningless disaster. Better to tell stories of tridents striking the ground than to admit ignorance. There is something almost comforting in that. To imagine earthquakes as the footsteps of a god is to give them personality, reason, even a touch of predictability. Poseidon might be moody, but moods could be managed with offerings and prayers. It was not perfect protection, but it was something. And for a people who lived always under threat of tremors, that something mattered deeply. So, in Poseidon the Earthshaker, we see the Greek attempt to explain the inexplicable, to weave terror into myth, and to give the unstable ground beneath them a divine face. He was the god who shook their walls and their lives, but also the god they turned to for safety. He was the roar of hooves, the crash of waves, and the rumble of mountains all at once. And in his restlessness, they saw the truth of their world, that life was fragile, that power was unstable, and that even the ground could betray them. And so Poseidon's story, in this form, becomes more than myth. It becomes a reflection of lived reality. He was not only the god of the sea, but the god of earthquakes, the Earthshaker, whose trident could split rock and bring cities low. To worship him was to acknowledge that the earth itself was never steady, and that only in reverence, perhaps mixed with a nervous smile, could mortals hope to endure his moods? The gods of Greece, as you may have noticed, were not shy about romance, though romance is perhaps too polite a word. They loved often, they loved widely, and they left behind children who ranged from noble heroes to monstrous terrors. Poseidon was no exception. Like the sea itself, his passions were restless, shifting, and unpredictable. Some of his loves brought order and splendour. Others birthed chaos and fear. In his lovers and offspring, we see Poseidon's nature in miniature, generous and fertile one moment, destructive and terrifying the next. Among all his consorts, Amphitrite stands foremost. She was one of the Nereids, the 50 sea nymph daughters of the old sea god Nereus. Amphitrite was graceful, dignified, and at first entirely uninterested in Poseidon's advances. When he sought her hand, she fled across the sea, hiding from his pursuit. It might have ended there, had Poseidon not sent a dolphin to find her. The gentle creature pleaded on his behalf, persuading Amphitrite to relent. She returned with the dolphin, and Poseidon made her his queen. For her loyalty, the dolphin was set among the stars as a constellation, Delphinus, still twinkling in the night sky. Thus Poseidon gained not only a wife, but a symbol of companionship and persuasion. And perhaps a reminder that sometimes charm works better than force, even for gods. Amphitrite bore him children, the most famous being Triton. Often depicted as a merman, with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish, Triton carried a conch shell with which he could calm or stir the sea. Sailors believed that when waves rose suddenly or fell still, it was Triton's horn sounding across the deep. In him we see Poseidon's dual nature passed on, a child who could bless sailors with calm but also terrify them with storms. But Poseidon's offspring were not all so benevolent. From his many affairs came beings of great power and often great menace. The Cyclops Polyphemus, encountered by Odysseus, was one of his sons. Huge, one-eyed and fond of eating sailors raw, Polyphemus embodied the terrifying, lawless side of the sea, the side that swallowed men without mercy. When Odysseus blinded him and boasted of his escape, it was Polyphemus's cry to his father that set Poseidon's long ruff in motion, cursing Odysseus's voyage. Other children of Poseidon included giants, such as Orion in some traditions, and beings linked to the untamed edges of the world. His lineage stretched across land and sea, filling the Greek imagination with creatures both wondrous and dreadful. Some were kings, founding dynasties that traced their bloodline back to him. Others were monsters, reminders that the sea did not only carry trade and fish, but also mysteries that could devour. The Greeks, in telling these tales, reflected their view of the sea itself. It was fertile, teeming with life, offering food and connection. But it was also full of dangers, storms, and creatures lurking in the deep. To say that Poseidon fathered both heroes and monsters was to admit that the sea could produce both blessing and terror. His family tree was less a lineage than a mirror of the ocean's moods. Among his more unusual children were the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor, born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus cut off her head. How did Poseidon come into this? The myth tells us that he had once lain with Medusa in the temple of Athena, a violation that brought the goddess's wrath. When Perseus struck, Pegasus and Chrysaor sprang from her body, children of Poseidon, though born in violence and shadow. Pegasus would soar into the sky, a symbol of inspiration and poetry. Chrysaor, less famous, embodied strength. Here again we see Poseidon's paradox. From the same union came beauty and terror, flight and brute force. Poseidon's liaisons were not confined to sea nymphs. He sought lovers among mortals too, often with results that shaped dynasties. Many kings claimed descent from him, using his name to bolster their legitimacy. To say, "I am son of Poseidon," was to claim divine sanction, to suggest that one's rule had the strength of the sea behind it. In a culture where lineage meant power, such claims mattered. Poseidon became, in this way, a political tool as well as a god. His affairs provided not just stories, but excuses for rule. Yet his loves could also bring trouble. The tale of Caeneus is one such warning. Born as a woman named Canis, she was ravished by Poseidon. Afterward, he offered her a wish, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps as consolation. She asked to be transformed into a man, so that she might never be violated again. Poseidon granted it, and Caeneus became a mighty warrior, invulnerable to weapons. Yet in battle against the centaurs, he was overwhelmed, crushed beneath a pile of trees and earth. The story is tragic, complex, and revealing. Poseidon's power to grant wishes brought greatness, but it also carried hidden doom. Even his blessings were dangerous. Another of his mortal loves was Tyro, a Thessalian princess. With her, he fathered twin sons, Peleus and Neleus. Peleus would later seize the throne of Iolcus, sending Jason on his quest for the Golden Fleece. Neleus became king of Pylos, remembered in Homer's epics. Thus, through Tyro, Poseidon shaped the course of Greek myth and epic history. His children were not background figures. They became rulers, heroes, and in some cases the causes of wars. When we trace Poseidon's offspring, we find them everywhere in Greek story. They appear as kings on thrones, as monsters in caves, as companions of heroes, as obstacles to voyages. They embody the endless reach of the sea itself, touching every shore, every kingdom, every life. Some inspired awe, others fear, but all carried with them the stamp of the god of the sea. There is humour too in how the Greeks told these tales. A god as moody as Poseidon was bound to have a complicated household. One imagines Amphitrite's patience being tested by the constant arrival of new sons and daughters, some noble, some half-beast. Family gatherings in Poseidon's palace must have been lively affairs indeed. Triton with his conch, Polyphemus lumbering about with one eye, Pegasus pawing the floor impatiently, and perhaps a dolphin or two darting between them. The Greeks, who loved to tell stories of feasts and arguments, surely smiled at the thought of such a company under one roof. But beneath the humour lay serious meaning. Poseidon's loves and children explain the world. Why did storms rise suddenly? Because Triton blew his horn. Why did some families claim divine favour? Because Poseidon was their ancestor. Why did monsters lurk at the edge of the map? Because they were his offspring, reminders of the sea's mysteries. Myth was not idle invention. It was a way of mapping the human experience onto the natural world. Historically, the cult of Poseidon often included rituals that acknowledged his fertility and his dangerous passions. Horses were drowned in his honour, bulls sacrificed, and temples raised at the water's edge. In his dual nature as lover and destroyer, the Greeks saw the dual nature of life itself. Desire could create children, cities, dynasties, but it could also unleash chaos, violence, and ruin. Poseidon's myths embodied that truth with striking clarity. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as Earthshaker or Lord of the Sea, but as a god whose loves and lineage spread across the Greek imagination. His children were heroes and kings, monsters and marvels. His passions created beauty and terror in equal measure. He was, in this sense, a god who gave the world its variety, its unpredictability, its richness and its danger. Like the sea, he could be gentle, carrying new life, or violent, birthing storms and monsters. To listen to these stories is to hear the sea itself whispering. Its waves bring dolphins and pearls, but also sharks and whirlpools. Its depths conceal treasures and terrors alike. Poseidon's lovers and offspring are the personification of that paradox. They remind us that the sea gives and takes, blesses and curses, loves and destroys. And in that restless tide, the Greeks found the image of a god who was as complex as the waters he ruled. For all his storms, quarrels and grudges, Poseidon was not merely a figure of myth. He was a god worshipped across the Greek world, honoured with temples, sacrifices and festivals. To the Greeks, his power was too immediate to ignore. The sea was always there, lapping at the shorelines of their scattered cities, and the trembling of the earth was never far away. To neglect Poseidon was unthinkable. To honour him was essential, even if his moods could never be fully trusted. His worship stretched from the islands of the Aegean to the great coastal sanctuaries of the mainland. Perhaps most famous was the temple at Cape Sunion, perched high on a headland above the sea. Even today, its white columns stand against the sky, a landmark for sailors approaching Athens. In antiquity, the sight of those columns at dawn must have been profoundly moving. After weeks or months at sea, to see the god's temple watching over the harbour was to feel both awe and relief. Sacrifices of bulls and rams were offered there. Prayers for safe passage whispered into the salt wind. The temple reminded all who saw it that the sea belonged to Poseidon, and that Athens, for all its devotion to Athena, never forgot him. Another major centre of worship was Isthmia, near Corinth. There, at the narrow isthmus that joined the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece, a great sanctuary of Poseidon stood. The location was perfect, a place where land and sea met, where travellers crossed from one side of the Greek world to another, and where fleets could gather. The Isthmian Games, second only to the Olympics in fame, were held there in his honour. Athletes competed in running, wrestling and chariot races, while sacrifices and feasts accompanied the contests. The sea god, associated with both horses and waves, was a fitting patron for such events. Victors were crowned not with olive leaves as at Olympia, but with pine or celery, symbols tied to his cult. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the oracle, Poseidon was said to have ruled there, his power connected to the trembling of the earth. Some traditions held that the first oracle at Delphi was his, a reminder that even prophecy was once linked to the sea and quake. Though Apollo later became the dominant deity of the sanctuary, offerings to Poseidon continued, acknowledging his ancient claim. His worship also stretched beyond Greece itself. In colonies from Sicily to Asia Minor, temples to Poseidon rose near harbours, reminding settlers that no matter how far they travelled, the sea god had followed them. Wherever Greek ships landed, they brought not only pottery and language, but also sacrifices to the god of the sea. The rituals of his cult were as varied as his nature. Bulls, powerful and unruly, were often drowned in the sea as offerings, their strength thought fitting for the god who ruled horses and waves. Horses themselves were also sacrificed, a practice both costly and symbolic, for horses were wealth. To offer one to Poseidon was no small gesture. Sailors poured libations of wine into the waves before a voyage, hoping to calm the waters. Fishermen cast the first catch back into the sea in his honour. To neglect such rituals was to risk angering the god, and few were reckless enough to take that chance. In some places, Poseidon was worshipped in more peaceful aspects. At Mantinea, in Arcadia, inland and far from the sea, he was honoured as Hippias, lord of horses, a reminder that his power stretched across land as well as water. Farmers prayed to him for fertile fields, seeing in his storms not only destruction, but also the rain that nourished crops. His cults reflected his duality, feared for his violence, respected for his generosity, and never entirely predictable. The Greeks often held festivals in his honour, marked by processions, races, and feasts. At Corinth, the Isthmian Games drew crowds from across the Greek world. At Sunion, festivals combined religious sacrifice with political display, as leaders showcased their fleets beneath the god's gaze. In smaller towns, fishermen might gather on beaches to pour wine into the waves, singing hymns to the Earthshaker before setting out. Worship of Poseidon was not confined to grand temples. It was woven into daily life, wherever the sea touched human lives. One of the most striking things about Poseidon's cult is how it balanced fear and gratitude. Worshippers did not approach him with the same affection they showed to gods like Dionysus or Aphrodite. Poseidon inspired awe, not intimacy. His festivals carried solemnity, his sacrifices a sense of urgency. To pray to Poseidon was to plead for mercy or to give thanks for survival. He was not a god of comfort, but of necessity. And yet, in that necessity lay devotion. Historically, this makes sense. The Greeks depended utterly on the sea. It brought trade, wealth, and connection, but it also destroyed ships, carried invaders, and swallowed men whole. Earthquakes toppled temples and houses, yet also reminded people that the earth was alive. Poseidon embodied both sides. His cults reflected the truth that survival in Greece required respecting the unpredictable. There is a quiet humour in some of the rituals too. Sailors, notoriously superstitious, would often refuse to set out if the omens from Poseidon's shrines were unfavourable. One imagines captains delaying voyages, muttering about sacrifices not yet made, while merchants grew impatient on the docks. Better to lose a day than a ship, they said, and Poseidon's cult gave them a reason, or perhaps an excuse. In that sense, religion and practicality went hand in hand. Poseidon was also remembered in art. Pottery painted with ships often included dolphins or tridents, silent nods to his power. Sculptures showed him as a bearded figure, muscular, with flowing hair and the inevitable trident. On coins, his image was struck beside symbols of cities dependent on the sea. To carry a coin with Poseidon's likeness was to acknowledge his reach in daily life. He was not only a figure of myth, but a presence in commerce, politics, and identity. Even Rome, when it adopted Greek gods under new names, could not ignore him. They called him Neptune, and though the name changed, the essence remained. The sea still belonged to him, as did earthquakes and horses. Roman sailors, like Greek ones, poured wine into the waters before they set out. Roman poets still spoke of him raising storms against heroes. The legacy of his worship carried forward long after Greek city-states themselves had fallen. What strikes us most in these cults is the sense of balance. Poseidon was not adored in the way some gods were adored. He was not a gentle patron of hearth and home. He was a power to be reckoned with, a force to be honoured. His temples stood not in fertile valleys, but on headlands facing the sea, as if to meet his gaze directly. His festivals were less about joy than about respect, less about celebration than about survival. And yet, through that respect, the Greeks wove him into their identity. They knew that to live in their land was to live with the sea and with earthquakes. They made peace with that knowledge through worship. Poseidon's cult was their way of saying, "We see you, we fear you, and we honour you. Please, in return, spare us." It was a relationship of negotiation, uneasy but enduring. So when we think of Poseidon, we must think not only of the myths, but of the offerings left on beaches, the bulls drowned in the surf, the temples gleaming on cliffs. His presence was carved into stone, stamped onto coins, and whispered into the waves. He was more than story. He was daily reality, shaping how people sailed, built, and prayed. And perhaps that is why his worship has left such enduring traces. To walk the ruins of his temples today, with the sea stretching before you, is to feel something of the awe the Greeks felt. The waves still crash, the earth still trembles, and Poseidon, though silent now, still seems present. His cult was never about comfort. It was about truth. The truth that nature is vast, that we are small, and that respect is the only answer to forces beyond our control. By the end of our journey through Poseidon's story, we begin to see how much more he was than simply a character in old tales. Poseidon was not just the god of waves and tempests. He was the embodiment of forces that shaped the very existence of the Greeks. The unpredictable sea, the trembling of the earth, the sudden crash of hooves, the thunder of storms. To speak of Poseidon was to speak of power itself, power that gave life and power that took it away. His legacy is not confined to myth. It lingers in the ways Greeks lived, the ways they prayed, the ways they explained the world around them. From the earliest poetry, he is present. In Homer's Iliad, Poseidon rises from the sea to stride across the battlefield, lending strength to the Greeks against the Trojans. In the Odyssey, he is the great obstacle, punishing Odysseus with endless wanderings for daring to harm his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. In Hesiod's Theogony, he is one of the three great brothers, carving the cosmos into sky, sea, and underworld. In tragedy and comedy alike, his name is invoked as the shaper of storms, the breaker of walls, the restless god never quite at peace. No other god, save Zeus, appears in quite so many roles across the literature of Greece. But it was not only in stories that his presence was felt. The Greeks built his sanctuaries where land and sea met, as if to stand directly in his gaze. The temple at Cape Sunion, its columns still gleaming today, was a beacon for sailors. Imagine the relief of a crew, weeks at sea, seeing the white marble rising above the cliffs, a sign that they were home, that Poseidon had granted them passage. There, bulls were sacrificed, wine poured, prayers whispered into the wind. His worship was as practical as it was reverent. Give to the god, and perhaps he will spare you. At Isthmia, near Corinth, the Greeks held the Isthmian Games in his honour. Athletes ran, wrestled, and raced chariots, while musicians and poets competed as well. Victors were crowned not with olives, as at Olympia, but with pine wreaths or even wild celery. The symbolism was odd to us, but to the Greeks it mattered. Each plant had its sacred ties, each festival its own ritual meaning. For Poseidon, pine and celery were fitting, hardy, growing close to the sea, tied to endurance. The games reminded all present that he was more than storms. He was strength, power, and competition itself. Even inland, far from the sea, Poseidon was remembered. In Arcadia, he was worshipped as Poseidon Hippios, lord of horses. Farmers prayed to him for fertility of their herds. Warriors asked his blessing before riding into battle. The horse, after all, was wealth. To honour Poseidon in this form was to admit his rule stretched even to the heart of the land. He was not confined to salt water. His reach galloped across the fields as surely as it surged across the waves. There is a curious humanity in this. The Greeks feared him, but they also sought to domesticate him, to turn the wild god of earthquakes and storms into a patron of agriculture and sport. Yet he always resisted complete taming. His myths remind us that he was moody, proud, and vengeful. One missed offering, one broken promise, could bring disaster. Cities knew better than to forget him, even if they gave their first devotion to Athena or Apollo. He was the god whose temper had to be managed. His legacy also shaped politics. Many royal families traced their lineage back to him. Kings of Pylos, Corinth, and Atlantis, yes, even Plato's fictional Atlantis, claimed descent from the sea god. To say one's ancestor was Poseidon was to claim divine legitimacy, to place one's throne on foundations as vast as the ocean. Such claims were not idle boasts. They carried weight in a culture where ancestry was power. Poseidon's name gave strength to dynasties, just as his storms gave strength to fleets. Even his myths of grudges carried lessons. The story of Odysseus warned Greeks of the dangers of arrogance. Boast too loudly, and the sea itself will turn against you. The story of Laomedon warned against breaking promises. Cheat the gods, and they will remember, even across generations. The contest with Athena taught that wisdom and foresight outlast spectacle and force. Though Poseidon's salt spring continued to bubble on the Acropolis, a reminder that he had left his mark even in defeat. These were not simply tales for amusement. They were frameworks of morality, teaching that pride, deceit, and disrespect had consequences. And still, despite his anger, Poseidon was necessary. Sailors poured wine into the sea before they set out. Fishermen cast their first catch back into the waves as an offering. Entire bulls were driven into the surf and drowned, their strength thought a fitting sacrifice for the god who ruled horses and tides alike. These rituals were not done lightly. They were desperate negotiations with a god who might decide, on a whim, to smash a fleet or bless a harvest. Religion, in his case, was less about love than survival. When Rome absorbed the Greek gods, Poseidon became Neptune. His temples rose across Italy, his festivals woven into the Roman calendar. Roman poets praised him in epics, just as Greek poets had done. The trident remained his symbol, the dolphins and horses his companions. Neptune carried on Poseidon's essence, though with a Latin name. The empire that ruled the Mediterranean seas could hardly ignore the god who had symbolized them for centuries. Art kept his image alive long after his temples crumbled. In Renaissance paintings, Poseidon appears as a grand, bearded figure, commanding the sea with regal authority. In sculpture, he is carved striding forward, trident in hand, waves swirling at his feet. In literature, he is invoked whenever the sea must be personified. Even in modern stories, novels, films, and popular culture, Poseidon's trident flashes again, a symbol instantly recognized. His legacy has leapt across millennia, as restless as the waves themselves. There is a subtle humour in this endurance. The god who was never chosen as patron of Athens, who lost contests, who quarrelled endlessly, who sulked when insulted. This same god remains etched into human memory more deeply than many who are more loved. Perhaps because we cannot ignore what he represents. Zeus may thunder in the sky, Athena may whisper wisdom, but the sea is always with us. Ships still sail, storms still rise, earthquakes still shudder. Poseidon is still there, though we no longer pour wine into the surf. His legacy too is in the reminder of humility. The Greeks lived close to nature's edge, their cities vulnerable to flood, quake, and storm. By making Poseidon a god, they acknowledged their vulnerability. They admitted they were not in control. We, centuries later, with our machines and forecasts, still feel the same when disasters strike. The ground trembles, the sea surges, and suddenly our confidence falters. We may not call it Poseidon anymore, but the feeling is the same. And so, in the end, Poseidon's story becomes more than myth. It becomes a mirror. He is the storm that terrifies and the calm that saves. He is the father of heroes and the sire of monsters. He is the trident that splits the earth and the dolphin that leaps joyfully beside a ship. He is both blessing and curse, creation and destruction. The Greeks saw in him the paradox of existence itself, that life is fragile, that power is unstable, that awe is necessary. Imagine then, standing on a Greek shore 2,500 years ago. The sun is setting, the sea turning gold. Fishermen pull their boats onto the sand, murmuring prayers. From the headland, a temple gleams in the fading light. A bull, offered to Poseidon, is led to the surf. The waves hiss against the rocks, the earth beneath your feet still bearing scars of quakes. In that moment, you understand why Poseidon mattered. He was not only a god, he was life itself, uncertain, dangerous, and magnificent. And as we drift now to the close of his story, we hear what the Greeks heard. The endless wash of waves upon the shore, the low rumble of the ground beneath, the whisper of the sea god's voice. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Lord of the Deep, still speaks across time. His trident gleams in imagination. His palace shimmers beneath the waters. His presence lingers in every storm. He is restless, eternal, and unavoidable. He is the sea. Let us begin, as all good cautionary tales do, with a marriage. Not just any marriage, mind you, but the sacred union between the king and queen of the gods themselves, Zeus and Hera. On Mount Olympus, their relationship was held up, not as an ideal, but more as a constant source of divine tension, storm clouds, and the occasional herd of transformed cows. Now, marriage in the ancient Greek world was considered a societal pillar, albeit one built on decidedly patriarchal stone. It involved alliances, dowries, and heirs. Love was optional. Respect was negotiable. Fidelity? Well, let's not be silly. And in that regard, Zeus and Hera were deeply traditional. Their marriage began inauspiciously. Zeus, the thunder-wielding lord of the skies, had first attempted to court Hera politely. She was unmoved. So, in a move that tells you everything you need to know about him, Zeus transformed himself into a shivering little bird. Hera, ever maternal, took pity and held the trembling creature to her breast. Whereupon Zeus promptly transformed back and took advantage of her sympathy in a way that would not pass muster in any modern courtroom. Hera, shamed and cornered, agreed to marry him. The gods celebrated for 300 years, and the two were considered a cosmic match. But from the very start, their union was less a story of divine harmony and more an extended exercise in competitive vengeance. Zeus was, to put it mildly, not faithful. He pursued mortals, nymphs, and even the occasional divine relative with an enthusiasm bordering on the athletic. Danae, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa. The list of his conquests would require its own Homeric catalogue, and each liaison was accompanied by a transformation. A golden shower, a swan, a bull, even a particularly aggressive cloud. This was not mere philandering. This was performance art. Now, Hera, as goddess of marriage, might have been expected to preserve domestic order with grace and patience. But patience was not her strong suit. No, Hera's love language was spite, and her preferred method of communication was targeted torment. Not against Zeus, mind you, but against his lovers and the children that resulted. Io, a priestess of Hera, was seduced by Zeus and promptly transformed into a white cow to hide her. Hera, seeing through the ruse, requested the cow as a gift. She then appointed the 100-eyed Argus to guard her new bovine prisoner. When Argus was later slain by Hermes, Hera memorialized him by placing his eyes on the tail of the peacock. A petty flourish, if ever there was one. Semele, mother of Dionysus, was tricked by Hera into asking Zeus to reveal his full divine form. He did. She perished in a blaze of celestial overkill. Hera won Semele ashes. Leto, another lover, was harassed across the world by a furious Hera who forbade her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Leto finally found refuge on the floating island of Delos, where she delivered Artemis and Apollo. It was said even the land trembled at Hera's wrath. And of course, there was Heracles. Zeus's favourite illegitimate son, born to the mortal Alcmene. Heracles became the lifelong object of Hera's ire. She sent snakes to his cradle. She drove him mad so he would kill his own family. And when he set off on his famous 12 labours, it was Hera who ensured that each task was as miserable as possible. One might almost call it constructive parenting, if not for the malice. Yet Hera's vengeance was not limited to mortals. She once attempted a coup against Zeus himself, enlisting Poseidon and Athena in a plot to bind him in unbreakable chains. It failed, of course. Zeus was eventually freed, by Thetis, incidentally, mother of Achilles, and punished Hera by hanging her from the sky in golden manacles with anvils tied to her ankles. One imagines the marriage counselling sessions after that were rather tense. But what truly made Hera and Zeus the Mount Olympus power couple wasn't the grandeur of their domains, sky, and marriage, but their sheer persistence. No matter how many betrayals, plots, imprisonments, or cattle transformations occurred, they remained married. Their union was less about affection than inevitability, a divine metaphor for endurance, if not exactly romance. It's worth noting that in ancient Greek culture, the gods weren't supposed to be paragons of virtue. They were reflections, larger-than-life versions of human instincts and emotions. Zeus and Hera weren't failing at marriage. They were enacting it in mythological proportions. If the gods couldn't manage fidelity or patience, what hope had mortals? Hera herself was not without admirable qualities. She was regal, majestic, and fierce. A protector of women in childbirth, a symbol of queenship. In Argos, Samos, and Olympia, her cults rivaled even Zeus's. Her iconography, often seated, sceptre in hand, diadem gleaming, exuded dignity. But her stories rarely endear. She is usually the antagonist in someone else's tragedy, a figure of cold rage and calculated cruelty. Whether she ever truly loved Zeus is unclear. What is clearer is that she hated being made a fool, and she made sure no one forgot it. Zeus, for his part, remained unrepentant. He was, after all, the sky. He thundered. He flung lightning. His infidelities weren't expressions of passion so much as dominance, symbolic of his rule over gods and mortals alike. He was not punished for these affairs. He was celebrated even. The mortals he seduced were often elevated, literally turned into stars, trees, or constellations. The children he fathered became heroes. His lovers, though, were ruined, scorned, transformed, or dead. It's here we see the double standard of divine politics. Zeus was the king, Hera was the queen, but she ruled over order, and he ruled over chaos. She enforced loyalty. He flouted it. She punished, he pardoned, and yet, despite it all, they were inseparable. In art, they are depicted side by side, often enthroned, surrounded by peacocks and thunderbolts, embodying the permanence of rule. In myth, they act as a unit, never quite at peace, but never divided. There's a particularly curious tale, preserved in some later sources, where Hera attempts to regain Zeus's attention by withdrawing from him entirely. She retreats to the ends of the earth. Zeus, finding her absence unsettling, stages an elaborate ruse. He has a statue of her made, declares he's marrying someone new, and parades the fake bride through the heavens. Hera, predictably, appears in a fury and, in some accounts, laughs at the deception. They reconcile, at least temporarily. Even in their trickery there was mutual recognition, a divine Cold War, punctuated by absurd peace offerings. The Greeks, for their part, were fascinated by the psychology of this celestial bickering. Tragedians like Euripides and comedians like Aristophanes often leaned into the absurdity of divine squabbles. The gods weren't moral guides, they were cautionary tales. Children in Athens might have heard of Hera's endless vendettas and learned a simple lesson. Don't annoy your wife, especially if she has access to serpents and weather systems. And in religious practice, Hera remained deeply revered. Her festivals, like the Heraia, celebrated feminine strength and social order. Marriages were consecrated in her name. She was feared, yes, but respected. She was a reminder that power in the divine realm wasn't just about thunderbolts. Sometimes it was about endurance and memory, and a grudge that could outlast empires. Zeus and Hera's marriage was not a love story in any modern sense. It was a mythological battlefield, where fidelity and punishment danced a slow, endless waltz. Yet perhaps their staying power, their refusal to separate no matter the outrage, was a kind of loyalty in itself. An exhausting, toxic, theatrically dysfunctional loyalty. Their quarrels were never resolved. They simply paused between episodes. The ancient Greeks, watching from their temples and altars, would have recognized the truth in that. Because on Mount Olympus, as on earth, the most bitter arguments are not always the ones that end. They're the ones that keep going. Century after century, myth after myth, husband after husband. On the rocky slope of the Acropolis, amidst marble columns and cicada songs, lies the heart of ancient Athens, a city named not for a king or a warlord, but for a goddess. Not just any goddess, of course, but Athena herself. Warrior, strategist, weaver of fate and cloth. The story of how she came to lend her name to the city is, predictably, one of divine competition, public drama, and yes, petty divine squabbling. It begins, as many good disputes do, with Poseidon. Poseidon, god of the sea, horses and earthquakes, was not known for his subtlety. He was a god of impact. Trident in hand, beard bristling with salt and ego. And like most Olympians, he had a taste for dominion. Cities, temples, worshippers, all fair game. And when he looked upon the still unnamed city rising near the Saronic Gulf, he saw opportunity. So, naturally, did Athena. Athena, born from the head of Zeus fully armed, was everything Poseidon was not: measured, strategic, composed. Where he stormed, she planned. Where he roared, she reasoned. But make no mistake, she was no less ambitious. She too wanted a city. And so it was proposed, or more likely demanded, that there be a contest. The city would go to whichever deity could offer the better gift to its people. Now, we might pause to ask, better by what standard? Usefulness? Aesthetic appeal? How well it aged over time? The myths, as usual, are a bit fuzzy on details. But the contest, according to tradition, took place on the Acropolis itself, with the 12 gods present to observe, and King Cecrops, a rather snake-legged fellow, if we believe the stories, serving as judge. Poseidon went first. In true Poseidon fashion, he struck the ground with his trident, and a spring erupted. Depending on the version, it was either seawater or salt water. Not the most refreshing of beverages, mind you, but impressive nonetheless. Some versions say it gushed violently. Others say it formed a small lake, later called the Erechteis. He looked about expectantly. A crowd-pleasing move, certainly. Flashy, loud, moist. Then came Athena's turn. She stepped forward, no theatrics, and planted an olive branch. Silence. A tree? Just a tree? But as it grew, slowly, steadily, the people began to murmur. The olive tree would provide food, oil and wood. It was not just a gift, it was a way of life. In a dry land with shallow soil, olives could thrive. They could be traded, they could feed a city. And so the decision was made. Athena had won. The city would be named Athens. Her temple, the Parthenon, would rise above it. The olive tree would become its symbol. And Poseidon? Well, Poseidon did not take the loss well. He was a sore loser, our sea god. Petulant, some would say. Upon losing, he flooded part of the Attic plain in a fit of divine pique. A wet tantrum, if you will. Others say he merely withdrew, grumbling, back to the depths. But the result was the same. The rivalry lingered. Yet despite the contest's outcome, Poseidon was not entirely banished from Athens. Far from it. A sanctuary to both gods stood atop the Acropolis. The Erektaion, an ancient temple beside the Parthenon, housed sacred relics of the contest. The saltwater spring, known as the Sea of Erechtheus, and Athena's olive tree, said to be the very one she planted. It was a diplomatic compromise. Ancient city-states were deeply religious, and hedging one's divine bets was a prudent move. After all, you never knew when the god you slighted might send a drought, an earthquake, or a vengeful kraken. But the tension between Poseidon and Athena did not end with naming rights. Their rivalry extended to patronage, values, and even aesthetics. Poseidon represented force, passion, raw nature. Athena, meanwhile, embodied intellect, order, and restraint. One was the untamed ocean, the other the measured battlefield. And in many ways, Athens chose the latter, becoming a centre of learning, art, and structured warfare. This symbolic divide was no accident. The Greeks were deeply invested in what their gods represented, and which deities a city honoured told you a great deal about its identity. Sparta, for instance, leaned more toward Ares. Corinth had Aphrodite. Delphi had Apollo. Athens had Athena. And by choosing her, they chose an image of rational strength, of strategy over brawn, of olive branches over tidal waves. But one must not forget, the Greeks loved a grudge. Poseidon, denied Athens, found other cities to favour. Corinth, notably, built temples in his name. He remained a powerful god in coastal areas, worshipped by sailors and merchants alike, and his feuds with Athena spilled over into myths, each more ridiculous than the last. In one tale, Poseidon accuses Athena of helping the hero Perseus, who famously decapitated Medusa. A Gorgon Poseidon himself had once, shall we say, become involved with, under unfortunate circumstances, in a temple of Athena. Athena, ever the perfectionist, was not amused. She punished Medusa with serpents and a petrifying gaze. Whether Poseidon objected is unclear. He tended to move on quickly. Then there was the Trojan War, where Poseidon and Athena found themselves on the same side. At least initially. Both supported the Greeks, both detested the Trojans. But during the long siege, their cooperation frayed. Poseidon, irritated by perceived slights, began to waver in his support. Athena, as always, remained strategically vengeful. Even after the war, their divine paths diverged. Athena aided Odysseus, guiding him home. Poseidon did the opposite, delaying, punishing, sending storms, and making the poor man's journey a decade-long exercise in patience. That Odysseus survived at all is a testament either to Athena's cleverness or to Poseidon eventually getting bored. Back in Athens, the olive tree endured. It was said that even when the Persians sacked the city in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the tree miraculously sprouted again the next day. A sign, the Athenians believed, of their goddess's continued favour. To the Greeks, the tale of the contest was not just myth. It was a foundational story explaining not only the city's name, but its values. The olive tree symbolised peace and prosperity. Athena's victory reinforced the city's image as a place of wisdom, craft, and measured might. Poseidon's loss, meanwhile, served as a kind of cautionary tale, a reminder that flashiness and force do not always win the day, that sometimes the quiet gift, the tree instead of the spring, can shape history. Of course, one might argue that the real pettiness lay in the fact that the gods needed a contest at all. Why not share the city? Why not co-patron it peacefully? But this is Olympus we're talking about, where compromise is considered suspicious and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The rivalry between Athena and Poseidon may have started with a city, but it came to embody two opposing philosophies. In art and literature, their contrast was drawn again and again. The spear versus the wave, the shield versus the trident. And yet, they were bound together, forever etched into the mythology of Greece, forever circling each other like opposing stars in a constellation of divine egos. Their feud, in its own way, became a kind of collaboration. For what is a good story without a worthy rival? Without someone to shake the foundations, or, in Poseidon's case, flood them. So the next time you see the ruins of the Parthenon, or walk among olive groves under the Mediterranean sun, remember, this place bears not just Athena's name, but Poseidon's resentment. A silent spring, still said to glisten in the rock, is all that remains of his offering. And above it, the olive tree quietly thriving, as if to say, thank you for playing. It began, as many divine quarrels do, with pride, Apollo's to be precise. The golden god of music, prophecy, and a rather inconvenient lack of humour, was basking in the radiance of his own brilliance. His sacred cattle were grazing contentedly in the sun-drenched fields of Pieria. The lyre was tuned, the sky was clear. The chariot of the sun would soon trace its arc across the heavens. In other words, all was well in Apollo's shining world, until it wasn't. You see, someone had stolen his cattle. Not a few. Not a calf here or there. The entire herd had vanished overnight. Now, Apollo, being a god, was not used to losing things. Least of all things that mooed melodiously and glowed faintly with divine energy. He was, to put it gently, incensed. Naturally, he assumed the culprit must be mortal. Mortals were always poking their grubby fingers into divine affairs. Or perhaps a satyr, or a lesser god with nothing better to do. What he did not expect What no one in their right mind would have expected was that the thief in question was a newborn. Not a youthful god, not a child, an actual freshly born infant. His name was Hermes. Born just the previous morning to Maia, a reclusive mountain nymph and one of the Pleiades, Hermes was the latest in Zeus's long line of somewhat spontaneous offspring. Maia, ever private, had hidden away in a cave to give birth. Perhaps she hoped her son would grow up quietly, without the chaos of Olympus. But fate and Hermes had other plans. The moment he was born, Hermes began scheming. While Maia slept, exhausted from labour, her son slipped from his cradle and toddled outside. He hadn't yet reached his second hour of life when he saw Apollo's cattle grazing in a distant field. Most babies look for milk. Hermes looked for targets. He didn't just steal the cattle, he engineered the theft. To mask the tracks, Hermes reversed the hooves of the cows, forcing them to walk backwards. This meant that anyone following the trail would believe the cows had walked in the opposite direction. As for his own footprints, he wore sandals woven from bark and grass, the better to obscure his steps. For a being scarcely able to blink, his ingenuity was unnerving. He herded the stolen cattle into a cave near the river Alpheus, a good distance from their original pasture. There, he sacrificed 2 of them to the 12 Olympians. Well, 11 Olympians actually, as Hermes cheekily left himself out of the offering, claiming it would be improper. Then, ever the criminal mastermind, he returned to Maia's cave in Arcadia, tucked himself neatly back into his cradle, and waited. Back in Pieria, Apollo was attempting to remain calm. He examined the field. He followed the trail. He frowned. Something didn't make sense. The hoof prints led the wrong way. There were no human footprints, no signs of wild animals, and his divine intuition told him that this wasn't some simple act of nature. Eventually, after much wandering and some divine prodding, Apollo arrived at Maia's cave, and there, swaddled sweetly and blinking up with disarming innocence, lay the thief himself. Apollo confronted the infant. Hermes denied everything. Using the ancient art of baby talk and wide-eyed blinking, he protested his innocence. He claimed he could not possibly have walked, much less managed a complex cattle-rustling operation. "Look at me," he cooed. "Do I look like someone who can steal livestock?" Apollo was not amused. Dragging Hermes from his cradle, gently, one assumes, Apollo stormed up to Olympus and demanded justice from their father, Zeus. The king of the gods listened intently as Apollo laid out his case. A theft had been committed. A herd had been rustled. And the guilty party, shockingly, was an infant with a suspiciously smug expression. Zeus, hearing this tale, did what many fathers do when one child accuses another of improbable mischief. He laughed. The thought of his newborn son outwitting Apollo, stealing divine cattle, and returning to bed undetected was simply too amusing. But Apollo, who didn't often find himself the punchline, was insistent. He wanted his cattle back. He wanted the truth. And preferably, he wanted it without further mockery. Hermes, recognizing that the jig was up, decided to change tactics. Instead of denial, he offered a gift. During his brief period as a fugitive, Hermes had invented something entirely new. A musical instrument made from the shell of a tortoise, with strings stretched across its hollow back. It was the lyre, and it made a sound unlike anything the gods had ever heard. Hermes plucked the strings. The melody filled the hall. It was gentle and strange, a sound that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of twilight. Apollo, god of music, felt his anger soften. His heart, if not his pride, was moved. Hermes offered him the lyre. In return, he asked only for peace, and perhaps a formal role among the gods. Apollo, grudgingly impressed, accepted. The cattle were returned, minus the 2 that had been sacrificed, of course. The lyre was now his, and Hermes had pulled off one of the greatest career launches in divine history. Zeus, thoroughly entertained, formally recognized Hermes as an Olympian. He would become the messenger of the gods, the patron of travellers, merchants, thieves, and those who operated in the grey areas of life. Apollo, for his part, would now wield the lyre as his signature instrument, a symbol of his dominion over music, courtesy of the baby who had once robbed him blind. Their relationship never fully recovered. Apollo, despite the music, never forgot being made a fool of, and Hermes, never one to let a joke die, continued to test the limits of what he could get away with. In one later tale, Hermes stole Apollo's bull. In another, he taught a group of shepherds how to cheat in dice games. He lied with charm. He spoke in riddles. He moved between worlds with a wink and a nod. But for all his mischief, he served a purpose. He was the god of thresholds, of beginnings, boundaries, and in-between places. Roads, doors, deals, and dreams. Apollo, in contrast, was the god of clarity, of light, of laws and reason. The sun in his golden chariot, the healer, the prophet, the musician. Their feud was never violent, but it was enduring. Apollo represented what was fixed, Hermes what was flexible. Apollo was poetry. Hermes was prose. One wrote odes, the other wrote contracts, with clauses in very small print. Yet, in a strange way, they complemented one another. Apollo taught Hermes the art of augury, interpreting omens from birds. Hermes, in turn, shared with Apollo the flute, the shepherd's pipe, and other musical tricks. There was beneath the irritation a kind of grudging mentorship. Still, one imagines that Apollo never quite shook the sting. To be bested by a peer is one thing. To be outwitted by someone in swaddling cloths is quite another, especially when they do it with such flair. But that, perhaps, is what made Hermes so enduring. To the Greeks, Hermes was not just a god. He was a type, the fast talker, the trickster, the charming rogue who bends the rules but somehow makes it work. He was the one you prayed to before a journey, and before a gamble. And Apollo? He was the brilliance you aspired to, the order you relied on. But it was Hermes who made you laugh. Their myth speaks to something timeless. The clever underdog against the powerful authority. The younger sibling with something to prove. The idea that intellect, creativity, and a bit of nerve can overcome even the most radiant power. It also serves as a reminder that even gods, for all their grandeur, are prone to embarrassment, that divine dignity can be punctured, and that sometimes peace is best negotiated over a good tune. In art and poetry, the lyre became synonymous with Apollo, but it was Hermes who made it, who invented music, who found, in the shell of a tortoise, the song of the cosmos. And so, when you hear the twang of strings or see the image of a winged sandal, think of that day when the sun god was humbled, and the god of crossroads found his way to Olympus, not through conquest, but through comedy, cunning, and composition. Because in the end, Hermes didn't win with strength. He won with style. If you were to picture the most awkward family gathering on Mount Olympus, and there were many, you'd do well to imagine Artemis seated stiffly at one end of the divine banquet table, arms crossed, gaze pointedly away, while Aphrodite lounged at the other end, flicking grapes into her mouth and pretending not to notice. It wasn't just a clash of personalities. No, that would have been manageable. This was a deep, philosophical incompatibility masquerading as divine rivalry. A contest not of thunderbolts or transformations, well, not usually, but of values, lifestyles, and the distinct belief that the other was utterly insufferable. On one side, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, guardian of the wild, and protector of maidens. Stern, self-possessed, with a bow always within reach, and absolutely no time for romantic entanglements of any sort. Her vow of chastity was not so much a lifestyle choice as a personal crusade. If she'd had a no soliciting sign, it would have been made of bronze and enchanted to shoot arrows. On the other, Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and the gentle chaos of desire. Lush, languid, and delighted by mischief of the heart, she was as comfortable orchestrating a love affair as Artemis was decapitating a stag. Wherever she went, sighs followed, and wherever Artemis went, silence did. And therein lies the problem. Their feud wasn't built on a single moment of betrayal or a slight at a banquet, though those certainly helped. It was a slow-burning tension, an unspoken but mutually understood truth. They simply could not stand each other's company. Let's begin with the basics. Artemis valued discipline, purity, and autonomy. Her band of nymphs swore loyalty and abstinence, roaming forests far from prying eyes. She despised the messiness of attraction. It was beneath her, uncivilized, irrational, and most importantly, distracting. Aphrodite, meanwhile, viewed such resistance as not just puzzling, but offensive. Love, in her view, was the highest form of life's pleasure. To deny it was to deny nature itself. Artemis's cold rejection of such things, a slap in the face of everything Aphrodite stood for. Their divine duties often brought them into conflict. Aphrodite would inspire desire. Artemis would punish those who acted on it. Take, for instance, the case of Hippolytus, a noble young man devoted to Artemis. He shunned love entirely and gave all honour to the virgin goddess. Aphrodite naturally took this as a personal insult. Not just indifference, but disdain. And no one disdains Aphrodite without consequences. So she orchestrated a tragic chain of events. She caused Hippolytus' stepmother, Phaedra, to fall desperately in love with him. He rejected her, horrified. She lied, claimed he had tried to seduce her. His father, Theseus, cursed him. Poseidon obliged. The boy's chariot crashed and he died. Now one might think Artemis would take action, and she did, but only after the boy lay broken and lifeless. She swore revenge, and later arranged for his rebirth and veneration, but by then the damage was done. Aphrodite, for her part, felt perfectly justified. You honour the gods, or you suffer the consequences, especially if the goddess in question is the very embodiment of love, and you are loudly abstinent. Another example? Callisto, a loyal follower of Artemis, sworn to chastity like the rest. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of Zeus, who, in true Olympian fashion, disguised himself, this time as Artemis herself, and seduced her. Callisto became pregnant, something she couldn't hide forever. When Artemis discovered this betrayal, she cast her out, furious. To Artemis, the vow had been broken. To Aphrodite, this was proof of the futility of resistance. Desire, after all, was inevitable. Try to run from it, and it would wear your face and meet you in the woods. Even myth itself often reflected their antipathy. In epic after epic, love and the wild are at odds. Beauty blooms in the court, not the forest. And women, especially mortal ones, are punished more often than praised for trying to live outside Aphrodite's realm. Artemis's world is harsh but clear. Rules are known, boundaries respected. There are no ambiguous invitations, no confusing glances. Her followers run with wolves and live by the moon's cold light. Aphrodite's world is a tangle of tension and velvet. Lines blur. Emotions rise and fall like tides. And her devotees, they rarely come out unscathed. Both realms are powerful, and neither tolerates interference from the other. There's also the matter of masculinity, and how each goddess responded to it. Aphrodite, of course, embraced the entanglements of men. Gods and mortals alike fell at her feet. She had Ares, the god of war, wrapped around her finger despite his iron temperament. She inspired desire with a look, toppled kingdoms with a sigh, and made even the most rational of kings lose their composure. Artemis, conversely, had no patience for male attention. None. Ask Actaeon, a hapless hunter who stumbled upon her while she bathed. It was an honest mistake, or so he might have claimed, had he not been immediately transformed into a stag and ripped apart by his own hounds. The lesson was clear: keep your distance. And yet, the myths often seem to conspire to place these two goddesses in each other's orbit. Perhaps because they represented such opposing forces: virginity and lust, self-control and indulgence. The arrow and the rose, there's a curious tale of the judgment of Paris, that infamous divine beauty pageant. Here, Aphrodite competed directly against Athena and Hera, not Artemis, but it's hard not to imagine Artemis watching from the sidelines, arms crossed, unimpressed. The idea that a mortal man should judge a goddess on appearance, that Aphrodite would bribe him with the most beautiful woman in the world. Artemis likely saw the whole affair as a farce, and, one suspects, she was not entirely wrong. What's notable is how their feud was largely ideological. They didn't attack each other directly. Artemis didn't challenge Aphrodite to a duel. Aphrodite didn't cast love spells on Artemis's followers to spite her. Well, not often. But their values were so opposed that every action felt like an affront. They were two queens of two incompatible realms, and the mortals caught between them, especially women, often bore the consequences. You see, ancient Greek society had a complicated view of women. They could be devoted wives or dangerous seductresses, faithful daughters or wild forest maidens. Aphrodite and Artemis embodied those extremes. A woman might pray to Artemis during childbirth. Though a virgin, she was also protector of women in labour. But that same woman might also beg Aphrodite to restore her husband's affection or make her desirable again. To please one goddess often meant offending the other. In this way, the feud between Artemis and Aphrodite became symbolic. Not just a divine cold war, but a reflection of every woman's struggle between independence and intimacy, restraint and romance, the clarity of solitude and the chaos of connection. Artemis offered escape from marriage, from expectation, from entanglement. She and her followers ran freely, wielding weapons, answering to no man. But such freedom came with isolation, and in some cases tragedy. Aphrodite offered power through allure, through softness, through the ability to bend hearts and shift fates. But her gifts came at a cost: jealousy, obsession, loss. In their own ways, both goddesses demanded devotion, and both punished disloyalty, though in very different styles. Artemis would hunt you down. Aphrodite would make you fall in love with someone entirely unsuitable and watch you unravel. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, their opposition, both remained revered. Their temples stood firm. Their myths endured. And not once, in all the chaos of Olympus, did either admit the other had a point. That's the pettiness of it, really. Not the grand punishments or tragic consequences, but the simple refusal to yield an inch. Aphrodite knew Artemis would never soften. Artemis knew Aphrodite would never stop meddling. They were fixed stars in the same sky, circling each other warily, always shining, never touching. And so the forest and the boudoir remained separate realms. One ruled by the silent hunter in silver, the other by the smiling goddess of roses. And heaven help the mortal who tried to please them both. If ever there was a queen who could turn a raised eyebrow into an instrument of destruction, it was Hera. Wife of Zeus, queen of Olympus, patroness of marriage, and guardian of oaths. Hera had the sort of regal bearing that made you apologise simply for standing near her. With a crown perched high upon her brow, and a scowl finely honed from centuries of divine disappointment, she ruled not only Olympus, but also the bitter art of holding a grudge, especially when it came to her husband's infidelities, which were quite frankly frequent enough to qualify as a weather pattern. Which brings us to Leto. Leto was no seductress, no schemer. She was, if myth is to be believed, one of the more mild-mannered figures in the chaotic soap opera of Olympus. A Titaness by birth, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Leto possessed a calm dignity, a quiet presence in a family of loud ambitions. Unfortunately, she also caught the wandering eye of Zeus, and Hera, predictably, was not pleased. Zeus, ever the amorous storm cloud, was charmed by Leto's serenity. She didn't swoon, she didn't scream. She simply accepted, as one might accept the sudden arrival of a thunderstorm. The result, inevitably, was a pregnancy. But this particular pregnancy would not go unnoticed, nor would it go unpunished. Hera's wrath was swift, but not in the thunder and lightning sense. No, this was a slow, strategic revenge, the sort only Hera could devise. She issued a decree: no land under the sun was allowed to offer Leto sanctuary to give birth. It sounds almost poetic, doesn't it? Until you imagine the logistics. Pregnant with twins, swollen and exhausted, Leto was now forced to wander the known world in search of a place to rest. Every island, city, plain and peak turned her away. Not out of cruelty necessarily. Consider the tale of Niobe. Niobe, queen of Thebes, had many children, some say 12, others 14. Flush with pride, she mocked Leto for having only two children. What was that compared to her own brood? She taunted, boasted, and paraded her children through the streets. Apollo and Artemis heard the insult. They descended, swift and merciless. With divine arrows, they slaughtered Niobe's children, boys and girls alike. In most versions, all were slain. In others, a few were spared, but the result was clear. Leto's children did not suffer insults. Niobe fled, weeping, and was eventually turned to stone. To this day, a cliff in Mount Sipylus is said to weep with her tears. It wasn't the only act of vengeance. When mortals doubted Apollo's parentage, he reminded them with prophecies so precise they cut like blades. When Artemis heard whispers of Leto's disgrace, she silenced them with arrows. The gods were many things, but they were above all loyal to their narratives. Leto, meanwhile, never sought revenge. She remained serene, withdrawn, a quiet figure amidst Olympus's drama. Her dignity became her weapon. She never raised her voice. She never plotted. And that, more than anything, infuriated Hera. Because Hera's feud with Leto wasn't about passion. It was about principle. Leto had broken no vows. She hadn't seduced Zeus. She had simply existed, gracefully, calmly, and carried divine children. And that quiet success, that gentle defiance, was the deepest insult of all. Other lovers of Zeus had been transformed into cows, trees, or stars. Io had wandered as a heifer. Callisto became a bear. Semele was incinerated. But Leto? She gave birth, survived, and was honoured. She didn't fall. She rose. Delos became one of the most sacred sites in the Greek world. Pilgrims sailed across seas to honour Apollo and Artemis. Poets wrote hymns. Kings sent offerings. Leto's name, once whispered, now echoed in marble halls. And Hera, seated atop Olympus, watched. Perhaps she plotted. Perhaps she muttered, but she never succeeded in bringing Leto low. Because Leto had already won, not by fighting, but by enduring. The feud between Hera and Leto stands apart in Greek mythology. It's not a story of dramatic confrontations or screaming matches. It's not loud. It's not violent. It is a tale of exclusion, resistance, and grace under pressure. Leto's trials, wandering the world while pregnant, barred from shelter, abandoned by her divine peers, mirror the struggles of countless women through history, cast out for reasons beyond their control, punished not for actions, but for mere existence. Yet Leto persisted. She found a loophole. She gave birth, and her children loved her fiercely. In many ways, Leto became the goddess of quiet triumph. Her name doesn't inspire fear, but it does command respect. As for Hera, well, she remained Hera, regal, rigid, perpetually aggrieved. And the feud, though it faded from myth, lingered in the background. Every time someone honoured Delos, Hera must have felt the sting. Every time Apollo's oracle spoke, or Artemis hunted by moonlight, Hera's defeat whispered through the wind. But Hera had her own victories. She remained Queen of Olympus. She guarded marriage. She kept the divine order. And while she could never quite erase Leto, she made sure the memory remained tinged with difficulty. Such is the nature of petty feuds. They're not always loud. Sometimes they live in the corners of silence, in the withheld invitation, in the subtle sneer, in the decree no one questions. And in the end, Hera versus Leto is not the story of a mother-in-law and a rival. It's the story of two women navigating a world ruled by Zeus and finding very different ways to survive it. One through power, the other through perseverance. And so, on that little island in the Aegean, where two of the greatest gods were born, the memory of Hera's spite still lingers. Not in the waves, but in the way the stones seem just a little defiant. As if even the earth itself remembers what it meant to shelter Leto, and stand up, however quietly, to a queen. In the turbulent pantheon of Greek mythology, divine disputes are as common as olive trees in Attica. But few rivalries carry the heavy, quiet weight of Demeter versus Poseidon. It's not a feud fueled by theatrics, nor one immortalised in epic poems. No monstrous transformations, no epic showdowns, no dramatic verdicts from Mount Olympus. Just one goddess, wounded and silenced, and one god striding through myths with the self-assurance of someone who rarely faces consequence. This is not merely a feud, this is a reckoning. Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and fertility, held a power unlike any other deity. She didn't hurl thunderbolts. She didn't stir tempests, but without her, nothing grew. Her influence stretched across the mortal realm in a way few gods could claim. She made civilization possible. Cities were built, laws formed, temples raised, all because the earth could feed the people. And it fed them because Demeter willed it. Poseidon, on the other hand, ruled the seas. He was tempestuous, wild, and profoundly proud. Earthquakes, floods, horses, and even certain rivers fell under his jurisdiction. He was not subtle. His moods shaped coastlines. And when he desired something, or someone, he pursued it with the insistence of an incoming tide. Which brings us to the crux of this myth. In one of the darker corners of the mythological canon, Poseidon became obsessed with Demeter. Why? The sources never say precisely. Maybe it was her beauty, often described as serene and maternal. Maybe it was her aloofness. Demeter didn't cavort with the other gods much. She stayed in her groves, her fields, her sanctuaries. Or maybe Poseidon, ever drawn to the untamed, saw something he could not possess and decided to make it his. Demeter rejected him, clearly, unequivocally. But rejection to Poseidon was never the end of the story. When his advances turned aggressive, Demeter ran. She transformed herself into a mare and hid among a herd of wild horses in Arcadia. This wasn't a playful transformation. It was an act of desperation. A goddess of immeasurable power reduced to flight and disguise. Her very divinity couldn't protect her from what was coming. Poseidon found her. He changed into a stallion, tracked her down, and mounted her. Even in the form of a horse, his violation could not be softened. There are no polite euphemisms here. It was rape, plain and brutal. And Greek mythology, so often focused on heroes and monsters, barely flinches as it moves past the event. But the consequences linger. From this act came 2 children. Arion, a miraculous horse who could speak and run without tiring, and Despoina, a mysterious goddess who was worshipped in secretive rites in Arcadia. While Arion became part of heroic tales, Despoina's worship was shrouded in mystery, often associated with shadows and silence. She represented something hidden, something not spoken aloud. And what of Demeter? She was shattered, but not broken. Rather than confront Poseidon in open defiance, she did something more devastating. She withdrew. She left Olympus, left her duties, left the fields. And when Demeter is gone, nothing grows. The fertile earth turns hard. Grain withers in the soil. Animals die. Hunger spreads. The world begins to starve. This wasn't her first disappearance. She would later vanish again during her daughter Persephone's abduction. But this departure was different. It was personal. Demeter did not scream. She did not wage war. She simply allowed the world to feel the full weight of what it meant to lose her. Eventually the gods noticed. Mortals cried out. Sacrifices ceased. Worship faltered. And without mortal belief and offerings, the gods themselves began to weaken. It was not lightning or war that threatened Olympus. It was famine. And famine, in this world, was Demeter's to command. The myths are vague on how long this period lasted. Weeks, months, perhaps longer. But eventually, something had to give. And so, Demeter was coaxed back. Not by Poseidon, not by apology, but by necessity. She returned to the world. Crops grew, fields turned green again. The cycle resumed. But her grudge remained. Unlike other goddesses who faded after trauma, Demeter did not become a tragic footnote. She emerged stronger. She would become the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, a deeply sacred cult that offered promises of rebirth and eternal life. These rites, cloaked in secrecy, centered on the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, but they also drew from her deeper narrative, that of suffering, withdrawal, and return. And Poseidon? He did not suffer. He continued as ever, ruling the sea, striking the ground with his trident, fathering strange children. He never faced retribution. There was no trial, no punishment, no divine intervention. This too is part of the myth's uncomfortable truth. But there was a consequence, nonetheless. Exile from her world. Poseidon was never again welcomed into Demeter's domain. His name does not appear in her temples. Their symbols never intertwine. Unlike the sprawling, interconnected pantheon where gods frequently intermarry, reconcile, and conspire, Poseidon and Demeter remain distant. The silence between them is absolute, and for a god to be ignored is sometimes more painful than to be cursed. This feud, if it can be called that, is one-sided. Poseidon seems unbothered, but the myth gives us clues that he knows. He stays away. His storms avoid her groves. His waves do not lap the fields she blesses. It is as though he respects, or perhaps fears, the boundary she drew in the soil. Demeter's strength lay not in revenge, but in presence, in returning, in thriving. She did not let Poseidon define her. She allowed herself grief, yes, and retreat, but she returned not as a victim, but as a matriarch, as a lawgiver, as a protector. Her Eleusinian rites became among the most celebrated in ancient Greece. Pilgrims travelled from far lands to seek her blessing. Kings and peasants alike revered her. In her mystery cult, participants learned that even the deepest sorrow could lead to rebirth. That descent was not the end. That silence was not surrender. In these rites, nothing of Poseidon was mentioned. He was erased, and perhaps that is where Demeter's victory lies. Not in vengeance, not in confrontation, but in outlasting him. There is a common thread in mythology where gods violate and goddesses endure. But Demeter's story feels different. It lingers. It unsettles. It reminds us that power does not always shout. Sometimes it simply refuses to look you in the eye again. In modern terms, we would say Demeter set a boundary and kept it. She did not forgive. She did not forget. And she did not allow the violation to consume her identity. She remained herself, wholly and fiercely, that Poseidon could not touch. In literature, we often crave closure, punishment, justice, balance. But in myth, closure is rare. The Greeks were honest about that. Their stories often leave wounds open. And in this case, the wound didn't close. It became part of the terrain. Arcadia, where the assault occurred, remained a sacred place. Wild, powerful. It was home to cults of Demeter and Despoina, where their rituals were performed in secrecy, and where even men had to avert their eyes from certain rites. The horses that galloped across its fields were seen not just as animals, but as symbols of the divine, and of the power that rides with women who reclaim their dignity. Even in the animal kingdom, horses were sacred to both Poseidon and Demeter. But where Poseidon represented their wild strength and chaos, Demeter was linked to their service in agriculture, the yoke, the plough. In their shared symbol, the split is complete. One god rules by storm, the other by cycle. The myth also marks one of the earliest recognitions in storytelling that trauma can be survived, but not erased. That pain shapes, but does not define. And that dignity, once reclaimed, can become holy. And so Demeter continued. She watched over crops. She guided mortals in the ways of planting, harvesting, and thanking the earth. She ensured that humanity could survive the harshness of winter and the bounty of spring. Her lessons were not only of survival, but of justice. When mortals wronged her, she punished. When they honoured her, she rewarded. But she never forgot the lines that had been crossed. Poseidon may have wielded a trident and churned the seas, but Demeter, with her sickle and silence, cultivated a more lasting power. A power that nourishes. A power that remembers. A power that says, quietly but firmly, never again. And so, when we think of the petty quarrels and grand feuds of Olympus, remember this one, not for its spectacle, but for its endurance. Not every grudge needs a thunderbolt. Sometimes it just needs a field that refuses to grow. In the labyrinthine halls of Greek mythology, Where gods are as petty as they are powerful, and mortals are regularly squashed like insects for daring to excel, there is one tale that unravels slowly, beautifully, and with biting irony. It begins not with war, or lust, or prophecy, but with the hum of a loom. Athena versus Arachne is a feud so petty it feels almost modern. Not the type to inspire Iliads or epic sea voyages. No ships are launched over a loom. And yet, it is one of the most enduring tales in mythology, precisely because it is so achingly human. Pride, talent, truth, and consequences. Let's start with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and crafts. A divine paradox. A war goddess who favoured diplomacy. A virgin deity who oversaw marriage, and a proud goddess of reason who, occasionally, lost her temper in the most unreasonable ways. Among her many domains, weaving was one of Athena's proudest claims. In ancient Greece, weaving was far more than domestic drudgery. It was an art form, an economic engine, and a deeply gendered ritual. Women wove the textiles that clothed families, outfitted warriors, and adorned temples. Skill with a loom was synonymous with virtue, patience, and intelligence. Naturally, Athena was considered the divine patron of this essential craft. She was said to have woven her own armour and designed the first loom. In fact, her gift of the olive tree to Athens was often accompanied in art and poetry by the gift of weaving. Enter Arachne, a mortal girl from the region of Lydia, known not for her lineage or her beauty, but for her utterly astonishing weaving. Her father was a humble dyer of purple wool. Important work, but not noble. Arachne was no princess, no muse-touched maiden, just a common girl with uncommon hands. People travelled miles to see her tapestries. Her threads shimmered like sunlight through leaves. Her designs were so intricate, birds seemed to flutter and gods to breathe on the fabric. It was said that even the nymphs came to marvel at her work. And soon the whispers began. She weaves like Athena herself, they said. She weaves better, murmured others, perhaps with a glance over their shoulders. Arachne heard these whispers, and she did not correct them. When questioned about her talent, she shrugged off the idea that the gods had anything to do with it. "It's my skill," she said, matter-of-factly. "I learned it. I practiced. No goddess guided my hand." Now, hubris in Greek mythology is less about ego and more about overstepping. Mortals can be proud. They can even be great. But to claim equality with the gods? That's like juggling thunderbolts while standing on Zeus's dining table. So, naturally, Athena heard about Arachne, and naturally, she decided to pay her a visit. In some tellings, Athena arrives disguised as an old woman, her cloak wrapped around her like a winter fog. She warns Arachne gently, "Be careful. Show humility. Thank the gods for your gift." Arachne snorts. "Why should I? I earned this skill. Let Athena come if she dares. Let her try me." In that moment, the old woman disappears. In her place stands Athena, radiant, armoured, eyes like storm clouds on the verge of a downpour. "So be it," she says. Thus begins the great weaving contest. 2 looms, 2 sets of hands, 1 divine, 1 mortal. An audience of nymphs, mortals, and the invisible watchful presence of fate. Athena sets to work. Her tapestry is a celebration of the god's glory. At the centre, her contest with Poseidon for the city of Athens. She shows herself victorious, offering the olive tree. Around the borders she weaves cautionary tales. Mortals who challenged the divine and paid dearly. Niobe, who lost her children. Capaneus, who defied Zeus and was blasted from his siege ladder. Pentheus, torn apart for mocking Dionysus. Athena's message is as refined as it is unmistakable. Know your place. Arachne, undaunted, weaves something very different. Her tapestry tells the stories that people whispered in shadows, the dark underbelly of Olympus. She shows Zeus transforming into animals and rain to seduce or overpower mortal women, Leda and the swan, Europa and the bull, Danae and the golden rain. She depicts Poseidon pursuing Medusa inside Athena's own temple, Apollo chasing Daphne, Dionysus wild and staggering, corrupting innocence, the gods as lechers, deceivers, bullies, and the artistry, perfection, not a thread out of place. Each panel breathes. The fabric itself seems to judge its audience. When they finish, Athena stands in silence. She inspects the tapestry. She cannot find fault, not in the craftsmanship, and not painfully in the truth. And that is what breaks her. She does not praise, she does not concede, she destroys. With divine fury, Athena tears Arachne's tapestry to shreds. She rips the loom apart, and she turns on the girl who dared to speak truth to Olympus. In some versions, she strikes Arachne. In others, she simply curses her. The result is the same. Arachne, humiliated, rejected, and crushed by the injustice of it all, hangs herself. And here, the story could end. Another mortal destroyed for daring too much. But Athena, perhaps moved by regret, perhaps seeking poetic balance, revives Arachne, not as a girl, but as a spider. You shall live, Athena says, but you shall weave forever, and never again will you challenge the gods. Arachne's body shrinks, her limbs lengthen, her fingers become legs. She hangs from a thread, and thus the first spider spins her web. This myth, more than many, demands unpacking. On the surface it reads as a cautionary tale. Mortal pride meets divine wrath. The end. But look closer. Arachne's pride was not unfounded. She truly was the best. Her tapestry didn't insult the gods. It revealed them. She held a mirror up to Olympus and said, "Look." Her punishment was not for lying. It was for telling the truth. And that makes this feud uniquely uncomfortable. Athena, goddess of wisdom, behaves not with reason but with rage. She cannot tolerate criticism. She cannot reward honesty. She chooses destruction over grace. Why? Because Arachne committed the unforgivable sin of being right. This story resonates today because it captures the timeless struggle between talent and power. Arachne was an artist, a young woman from nowhere who dared to be better than the system. She created beauty, yes, but she also spoke truth. And power hates truth when it undermines control. In silencing Arachne, Athena also silenced every artist who might dare speak too clearly. Yet in transforming her, Athena ensured that Arachne's legacy would endure. Spiders became sacred to weavers. In medieval Europe, they were sometimes associated with diligence and patience. And today, Arachne lives on not only in literature, but in biology, arachnids, named for the girl who wove too well. Even her punishment was laced with irony. Athena meant to reduce her, to make her small. But spiders are, in their way, powerful. Their webs are marvels of engineering, stronger than steel by weight. Invisible traps, spun from nothing. Every thread a monument. In transforming Arachne, Athena ensured that her art would survive where temples crumble and statues fade. There's another layer to this myth too, the role of women and voice. Weaving in the ancient world was one of the few socially acceptable means of storytelling for women. They couldn't speak in the agora. They rarely held power. But through cloth, they recorded weddings, funerals, myths, and memories. A tapestry could speak when a woman could not. And Arachne used that voice unflinchingly. She wove not romance, but violation. Not glory, but cruelty. She refused to whitewash. In doing so, she crossed not just a divine boundary, but a societal one. And for that, she was punished not by mortals, but by the goddess of logic herself. Some scholars see Athena's act as a betrayal of her own principles. Others interpret it as a test Arachne failed, not in talent, but in diplomacy. She didn't couch her critique. She didn't offer flattery. She was blunt, and bluntness, especially from women in myths, or anywhere, rarely ends well. Yet the myth endures. Writers and artists have returned to it for centuries. Dante references Arachne in the Inferno, suspended in her own web. Ovid tells a tale with sympathy in the Metamorphoses. Modern poets and feminists have reclaimed her as a symbol of silent genius. She is everywhere, really. Every time a girl draws something controversial and is told to be nice. Every time an artist is told to stay in their lane. Every time someone in power bristles at uncomfortable truth told beautifully. Arachne spins still, and Athena, for all her wisdom, remains a cautionary tale in her own right. Her legacy is not just the olive tree or the city named for her, it is also the silence she tried to impose. The truth she couldn't bear to see made real. So the next time you see a spider's web, fragile, geometric, gleaming in the dawn, remember the girl who wove gods into truth, who refused to lower her eyes, who paid the price. And remember this too, not all feuds are loud. Some are stitched in silk. Some last forever. Arachne won in the end, not because she lived, but because she was remembered. Because she wove what could not be unseen. And Athena, however reluctantly, ensured that the loom would never fall silent again. Among all the divine squabbles and Olympian theatrics, there is perhaps no feud more enduring and more deeply steeped in the peculiar mix of love, pride, and jealousy than the one waged by Hera, queen of the gods. Her battles were not fought with swords or lightning, but with glances, punishments, transformations, and curses. Subtle, symbolic, and, frequently, brutal. And the targets? Almost always women. Women, it must be said, who had the misfortune of catching Zeus's wandering eye. Now, to properly understand Hera's position, let's begin with context. Hera was not merely the wife of Zeus, she was a powerful goddess in her own right, a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, and the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth. She had dignity. She had status. She had temples and priestesses and sacred animals, notably the peacock and the cow. She was a protector of matrimony and morality. And yet, her mythological legacy is one of near constant bitterness. Why? Because she was married to Zeus, the king of the gods, and a world-class philanderer. Zeus's list of romantic entanglements would make even the most seasoned soap opera writers blush. Nymphs, mortals, titans, even the occasional goddess, none were safe from his attention. And for each of his escapades, Hera responded not by striking Zeus down, which, one might argue, would have been both fair and efficient, but by targeting the women involved, whether they were willing participants or not. This, of course, has puzzled and irritated generations of readers. Why, we ask, didn't Hera punish Zeus? Why turn her divine fury on women who more often than not were victims of trickery, force, or transformation? The answer, if there is one, lies in the strange emotional logic of myth. Hera's wrath wasn't fair. It wasn't rational. It was deeply personal. And in the ancient world, where marriage was about loyalty, status, and dominance, her fury made a kind of mythological sense. So let's take a quiet stroll through some of the pettier, sadder, and more unforgettable moments of Hera's vendetta. Let us begin with Io, a priestess of Hera. Zeus fell in love with her, no surprise there, and, to hide his affair, turned her into a cow, A literal cow, Hera, ever suspicious, demanded the animal as a gift. She then appointed a watchman, Argus, who had 100 eyes, to guard Io. Zeus, being Zeus, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with music and kill him. Hera was livid. She took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of the peacock, one of her sacred animals. Then she sent a gadfly to torment poor Io, who, still a cow, wandered across Europe and Asia in misery until she finally reached Egypt and was restored to human form. From priestess to cow, to exile to goddess, a journey dictated by divine infidelity and divine vengeance. Next up, we have Callisto, a follower of Artemis sworn to chastity. Zeus seduced or assaulted her, depending on the version, and she became pregnant. When Hera discovered the affair, she did not confront Zeus. She transformed Callisto into a bear. Eventually, Callisto's son nearly killed her during a hunt. To prevent this, Zeus placed them both in the stars, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. A touching ending, perhaps. But Hera, not to be outdone, was said to have persuaded Oceanus and Tethys never to let those stars bathe in their waters, hence why those constellations never set below the horizon. Even in the heavens, Hera's wrath lingered. Then there was Leto, mother of Apollo and Artemis. Hera, furious that Leto was pregnant by Zeus, banned her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Every island and country turned her away, fearing Hera's vengeance. At last, Leto found Delos, a floating island not anchored to the earth, and gave birth there. Even then, Hera delayed the birth by holding back Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Only after 9 agonizing days did the twins arrive. In each of these stories, Hera's fury is relentless, but the most infamous of her targets may be Semele, a mortal woman and the mother of Dionysus. Zeus, enamoured of Semele, visited her in secret. Hera, discovering the affair, disguised herself as an old woman and sowed doubt in Semele's mind. "If Zeus truly loves you," she said slyly, "ask him to reveal himself in his true divine form." Semele, trusting in her lover, did exactly that. Zeus, bound by a promise, appeared in his full glory, thunder, lightning, radiance, and Semele was incinerated on the spot. Zeus, to salvage the situation, rescued the unborn child and stitched him into his own thigh. Thus, Dionysus was born. Twice born, actually. And Hera, once again, was left to stew. She did not stop there. Hera pursued Dionysus throughout his youth, driving him mad, exiling him, and making his followers suffer. She drove the mortal woman Ino insane for fostering the infant god. Her fury was a flood, affecting not just her rivals but their children, their friends, their cities. She once drove Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, into a madness so fierce that he killed his own wife and children. This was not a one-off punishment, it was a lifelong vendetta. Even after death, Hera's feud with Heracles continued. But perhaps the most chilling example of Hera's pettiness is the story of Echo. Echo was a mountain nymph with a lovely voice and a tendency to talk too much. She was also a useful distraction. When Zeus visited the nymphs, Echo kept Hera busy with long-winded conversations, allowing Zeus to sneak away. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo to only repeat the last words spoken to her. Echo's voice, once her greatest gift, was reduced to mimicry. She would later fall in love with the beautiful Narcissus, but unable to speak her feelings, she faded away until only her voice remained. So, what do we make of all this? On one hand, Hera's actions are, undeniably, petty. She punishes women for Zeus's misdeeds. She lashes out not at the source of her pain, but at its symbols. She is vindictive, unrelenting, and frankly, terrifying. And yet, Hera is also tragic. She is the goddess of marriage in a marriage that is perpetually broken. She is bound to Zeus not just by love, but by mythology, by the structure of the divine order. She cannot leave, she cannot punish him, so she strikes where she can. Her wrath is the wrath of someone who has been repeatedly humiliated, yet must still play the role of queen. She is expected to stand tall, dignified, serene, while her husband cavorts with mortals and immortals alike. Her feud, in a way, is not with individual women. It is with the system that traps her. Of course, myth doesn't excuse her behaviour. Her victims are often innocent. Her vengeance ruins lives. But it does make her story more complex. Hera isn't simply a villain. She's a symbol of how power, pain, and pride entangle. She embodies a very specific kind of fury, one that simmers beneath the surface, elegant and poised until it boils over. The ancient Greeks saw her not just as cruel, but as a guardian of oaths, a deity who reminded mortals and gods of the sanctity of promises. She punished not just infidelity, but betrayal. And perhaps that's why her rage endures. It's not just about jealousy. It's about betrayal of loyalty, the violation of trust, the breaking of sacred vows. Hera's feud with her rivals isn't just emotional, it's ideological. She cannot strike Zeus, so she strikes what he values. And in doing so, she asserts her power in the only way allowed to her. Her temples remained among the most revered in the Greek world. At Samos, Argos, and Olympia, she was worshipped with grandeur. She was not feared alone, she was respected. Queens and brides invoked her name. Her presence loomed large in wedding rituals and state ceremonies, because even in her pettiness, Hera remained the queen. And what is a queen, in mythology, if not a paradox? Loved and feared, dignified and wrathful, bound and unyielding. Hera's feud was eternal, but so was her influence. In the end, she outlasted many of her rivals. Io became a goddess in Egypt. Callisto rose to the stars. Semele died. Leto gave birth to powerful gods. But Hera remained on Olympus, watching, judging, unforgiving. She was the storm behind the throne, the thunder beneath the crown. And though her targets changed, her fury never did. Greek mythology is not known for its warm family stories. If you're looking for examples of sibling affection, stable marriages, or happy inheritances, you would do better consulting a different canon entirely, perhaps something involving woodland creatures. But in terms of familial catastrophe, no line suffers more richly, repeatedly, and bloodily than the House of Atreus. To enter their world is to enter a multi-generational horror story laced with betrayal, murder, cannibalism, and divine vengeance. Every child of this family inherits not only a kingdom, but a legacy soaked in ancestral guilt. Even by mythological standards, their saga reads like a curse that festers across centuries. So for tonight, we turn down the oil lamp, settle into our most uncomfortable cloak, and drift into the quiet but relentless doom of one of the most cursed families in myth. It all begins, unsurprisingly, with a quarrel over power. At the root of the Atreid curse is Tantalus, a king favoured by the gods. He was even allowed to dine with them, an unthinkable honour for a mortal. But naturally he abused this privilege. In one version of his story, he steals ambrosia and nectar from the gods and shares it with mortals. In another, far darker account, he kills his own son, Pelops, chops him up, and serves him to the gods as a stew, just to see if they'll notice. It was a culinary challenge the gods did not appreciate, Most of them were, thankfully, wise to the trick. They refused to eat, all except Demeter, who, distracted by grief over her daughter Persephone, ate a portion of Pelops' shoulder. When the truth was revealed, the gods reassembled Pelops and replaced the missing bit with a shoulder of ivory. He was resurrected, gleaming and whole. Tantalus, meanwhile, was punished eternally in the underworld. His name lives on in the word tantalize, for he stands in a pool of water he can't drink, beneath fruit he can't reach. But the damage had already begun. The family was marked. Pelops, now back among the living, grew up to be a handsome and ambitious man. He sought the hand of Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus. The king, however, wasn't keen on marrying her off. Every suitor had to race him in a chariot, and everyone lost and was executed. Pelops, not keen to die, turned to Poseidon, who once had a fondness for him, and received a divine chariot. He also, and here the myth gets murky, either bribed or seduced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, asking him to sabotage the wheels. Oenomaus crashed and died. Pelops, victorious, married Hippodamia. But when Myrtilus expected a reward, Pelops killed him, hurling him into the sea. As he drowned, Myrtilus cursed Pelops and all his descendants. That's curse number 2. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, including Atreus and Thyestes, the next bearers of doom. These two brothers would continue the fine family tradition of betrayal, rivalry, and bloodshed. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the brothers jostled for power. Atreus was chosen to rule, but Thyestes seduced Atreus' wife and stole a golden ram, a symbol of divine favour, and claimed the throne. Atreus, upon discovering this treachery, did not respond with diplomacy. He pretended to reconcile. He invited Thyestes to a grand feast. Thyestes arrived, ate heartily, and then learned, too late, that the meal had been made from the flesh of his own sons. Yes, it's one of these feasts again. Atreus revealed the severed heads and hands of the boys after the meal, just to make the trauma complete. Thyestes fled in horror, and the gods, not surprisingly, were appalled. The curse deepened. Eventually Thyestes, through an oracle's advice, realized that to truly avenge himself, he would have to father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. That child, born of incest and revenge, was Aegisthus. Meanwhile, Atreus raised Aegisthus as his own, unaware of the child's true origin. When Aegisthus grew up and learned the truth, he murdered Atreus, thus completing Thyestes' vengeance. From there, we enter the age of Atreus' sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus, heroes of the Trojan War. Menelaus, of course, is most famous for being the wronged husband of Helen, whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. But it's Agamemnon, the elder brother, who takes centre stage in the family's continued unravelling. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, sister of Helen. When the Trojan War broke out, he led the Greek forces. But en route to Troy, the fleet was becalmed at Aulis. The seer Calchas declared that the only way to appease the gods was to sacrifice Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon agreed. He lured Iphigenia to Aulis under the pretense of a wedding and then sacrificed her. In some versions, Artemis spares her at the last moment. In others, she dies. But regardless of the version, the betrayal enraged Clytemnestra. While Agamemnon was away fighting for 10 years, Clytemnestra took Aegisthus. Yes, the same Aegisthus, son of Thyestes and Pelopia, as her lover. When Agamemnon returned from Troy, triumphant and burdened with spoils, including the prophetess Cassandra, daughter of Priam, he expected a hero's welcome. Instead, he was murdered. In some accounts, Clytemnestra stabs him in the bath. In others, she nets him like a fish, and Aegisthus finishes the job. Cassandra, cursed to always speak true but never be believed, prophesies the doom but is ignored, and killed too. This sets the stage for the next generation, Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. As a boy, Orestes was spirited away to safety. When he reached adulthood, he returned to avenge his father, and he did by killing his own mother. This act, while noble by the logic of revenge, placed him in a terrible bind. He was guilty of matricide, a crime so severe it was considered unnatural, even for myth. The Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, descended upon Orestes. They chased him across Greece, driving him mad. He sought refuge in Delphi, and Apollo offered vague comfort. But only a trial in Athens, presided over by Athena herself, could resolve the matter. This moment marks the mythical beginning of law triumphing over blood vengeance. The jury was split. Athena cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted. It was a turning point in the mythos, a transition from eternal cycles of revenge to structured justice. But still, the blood-soaked legacy of the House of Atreus remained. The sins of the fathers and mothers never vanished. They were inherited like dusty thrones and cursed swords. We must ask, what drives this chain of suffering? The gods? Certainly, divine meddling plays a role, but often the gods simply amplify what's already in motion: jealousy, ambition, desire. What truly sustains the curse is the refusal to forgive, the insistence on revenge as virtue. Every generation inherits a scar and then deepens it. There are echoes of this pattern in many cultures: family curses, generational trauma, the idea that what is unresolved does not disappear. It festers. The Atreid saga speaks to the horror of being born into a narrative already in progress, one that demands your participation whether you want it or not. And yet, myth offers glimmers of hope. Orestes' trial suggests that the cycle can end, that justice can replace vengeance, that healing, however faint, is possible. But the House of Atreus also reminds us that endings come slowly, that even acquittal doesn't erase pain. The Furies, appeased by Athena, become the Eumenides, the kindly ones. Their role changes from vengeance to protection. It is a poetic shift. The very forces that once destroyed now preserve. In the ancient world, such stories weren't cautionary tales in the modern sense. They were explanations for the world's cruelty. Why do innocent people suffer? Why does history repeat itself? The answer: the past is never really past. And so we sit, watching the fire flicker, and listen for the tread of doomed footsteps. A banquet prepared, a net tightened, a voice warning but unheard. The House of Atreus is not merely a myth, it's a mirror. A reminder that family legacies can be burdens, that justice requires courage, that cycles can break, but only at great cost. And perhaps, above all, it reminds us that sometimes, to survive a curse, we must choose not to pass it on. Our descent into doomed dynasties concludes with perhaps the most infamous cursed figure of all. Oedipus, the man who solved a riddle, became king, and unknowingly fulfilled a prophecy so dreadful that it echoes through literature and psychology to this day. The Oedipus myth is not only a tale of fate and misfortune, it is a study in how the pursuit of truth, no matter how noble, can lead to ruin when the truth is more terrible than ignorance. Let us now dim the oil lamp, draw close to the hearth, and tread carefully into the city of Thebes, where the gods play their cruel games, and no man escapes his appointed path. Oedipus was born the son of King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. At his birth, an oracle declared that he would one day kill his father and marry his mother. This was not the sort of news one celebrates with a feast and a toast. Horrified, Laius ordered the infant to be taken into the wilderness and abandoned. To ensure the deed was done, Oedipus's ankles were pierced and bound, a cruel detail that would mark him forever. The servant entrusted with the task, however, could not go through with it, and instead gave the child to a shepherd, who in turn delivered him to the childless king and queen of Corinth, Polybus and Merope, who raised him as their own. And so, Oedipus grew up believing he was a Corinthian prince, destined for kingship. He was clever, strong, and confident. But one day, at a feast, a drunkard hinted that he was not the true son of Polybus. Disturbed, Oedipus sought out the oracle at Delphi to learn the truth. As oracles often do, it answered not the question he asked, but the one he feared most. You are fated to kill your father and marry your mother. Appalled, Oedipus resolved never to return to Corinth, believing Polybus and Merope to be his real parents. In an effort to outmaneuver destiny, he walked directly into it. On his way to Thebes, at a narrow place in the road, somewhere between coincidence and cruel design, Oedipus met an old man and his entourage. A dispute arose, tempers flared, and Oedipus, ever quick to anger, slew the travellers. One of them was, unbeknownst to him, his true father, King Laius. Having unwittingly committed patricide, Oedipus continued on to Thebes. The city was under siege, not by armies, but by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. The sphinx posed a riddle to all who passed, and those who failed to answer correctly were devoured. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? She asked. Oedipus replied, Man, who crawls as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, flung herself from a cliff. Thebes was saved, and its people were grateful. Their king was dead. Their queen, Jocasta, was widowed. And so they offered Oedipus the crown and the hand of the queen. He accepted both. Thus, the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus had killed his father and married his mother, but neither he nor Jocasta knew it. Years passed. Thebes flourished under Oedipus's rule. He and Jocasta had 4 children, 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. All seemed well until a second plague struck the city. Crops withered, livestock perished, and women stopped bearing children. The people cried out to the gods for relief. The oracle at Delphi was consulted once more. The message was clear. The plague would not lift until the murderer of King Laius was found and punished. Eager to save his city, Oedipus swore to uncover the truth. He called upon Tiresias, the blind prophet of Apollo. Tiresias was reluctant to speak, but when pressed he declared, "You are the one you seek." Oedipus, horrified and disbelieving, accused the prophet of treason. He suspected a plot. Perhaps Creon, Jocasta's brother, sought the throne, but Jocasta urged him to calm himself. Oracles were not always to be trusted, she said. After all, she and Laius had once received a prophecy that their son would kill his father. But the child had died, and Laius had been killed by bandits at a crossroads. At which point Oedipus paled. He, too, had killed a man at a crossroads. The timing, the location, the number of attendants, everything matched. Soon, a messenger from Corinth arrived with more news. King Polybus had died. Oedipus rejoiced, believing he had escaped the first half of the prophecy. But then the messenger added, almost casually, "You were adopted, you know." He had been given to Polybus by a shepherd from Thebes, the same shepherd who had once served King Laius. The last piece fell into place. Jocasta, realizing the truth, fled to her chamber and hanged herself. Oedipus followed shortly after and found her body. In his agony, he took the gold pins from her dress and blinded himself, driving them into his eyes with the ferocity of grief. Thus the prophecy was complete, not through malice or evil, but through fate's slow, deliberate weaving. Oedipus, now blind and broken, begged to be exiled. Creon, who assumed power, granted the request. Oedipus left Thebes, led by his daughter Antigone, to live out his days as a wandering outcast. His story did not end with exile. Eventually, he arrived at Colonus, near Athens, where he found sanctuary. There, according to myth, Oedipus was granted a peaceful death, and buried in a secret place known only to the gods. His grave became a source of protection for the land, a strange reward for a life of immense suffering. But Oedipus's curse did not die with him. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, quarrelled over the throne. When Polynices was exiled and returned with an army, the two brothers killed each other in battle. Antigone, ever faithful, defied the king's orders and buried her brother. For this, she was sentenced to death, walled alive in a tomb. Her betrothed, Creon's son, took his own life in despair. His mother, Creon's wife, followed. In the house of Oedipus, tragedy was not a single storm. It was a deluge that consumed generations. So what are we to make of this tale? Oedipus is not a villain. He does not act with cruelty or ill intent. He is intelligent, brave, and earnest. He saves Thebes. He seeks justice. And yet he is doomed, not by his actions, but by his origins. His story poses uncomfortable questions. Can one escape fate? Is it better not to know? What is the cost of truth? Greek audiences would have known the story well. They didn't come to be surprised. They came to watch the inevitability unfold, to feel the weight of fate, to ask, what would I have done? In later philosophy, especially among the Stoics, the tale was interpreted as a lesson in accepting one's destiny. Oedipus suffers not because he is evil, but because he resists what has already been decreed. For modern minds, the story became something else entirely. Sigmund Freud saw in Oedipus the hidden desires of the unconscious mind. The Oedipus complex, the idea that children harbour repressed feelings for their parents, transformed a myth into a psychological framework. It was controversial, of course, and still debated today. But it shows the enduring power of the myth. What is it about Oedipus that stays with us? Perhaps it's the irony, the man who seeks the truth only to destroy himself with it, or the idea that our greatest virtues, intelligence, bravery, honesty, can also lead us to ruin. Or maybe it's the quiet horror of discovering that the life you built, the family you love, the person you believe yourself to be, is founded on a secret so terrible it can never be undone. And yet, there's something noble in Oedipus's fall. He does not run from his guilt. He does not deny it. He accepts it. He punishes himself. He begs to be cast out. In a way, he restores order, not through might, but through accountability. His story ends not in vengeance, but in atonement. As we leave the candlelight of myth and step back into the stillness of our modern rooms, Oedipus remains with us. A figure of tragedy, yes, but also of profound humanity. He teaches us that ignorance is not always bliss, that the past, no matter how deeply buried, will rise. That truth, once seen, cannot be unseen, and that sometimes, to find peace, we must be willing to face the darkest parts of ourselves. Close your eyes. Imagine the world before gods had names, before temples had columns, and before priests had figured out which animals to sacrifice and on what days. There is only chaos. Not chaos in the modern sense of misplaced socks or noisy traffic, but chaos, a great yawning void, dark and formless. The Greeks began their mythology here, with nothing but a shapeless abyss. Out of it slowly came the first beings of existence. Gaia, the earth, Tartarus, the shadowy depths, Eros, the spark of desire that set things in motion, and Nyx, the night herself, draped in star-speckled darkness. Gaia, Mother Earth, did not like being alone. She stretched out her fertile soil and brought forth Uranus, the sky, so that he might cover her. And thus the two embraced, earth below and sky above, giving rise to the first generation of divine children. These were the Titans, enormous and timeless beings, embodiments of natural forces rather than the polished gods we later meet on Olympus. And so begins the age before Zeus, the age of the Titans, an age that explains why the Greeks always had a lingering suspicion of their rulers. Power, they knew, was never permanent. According to Hesiod's Theogony, there were 12 Titans at the beginning, 6 male and 6 female. They bore names both poetic and ominous. Oceanus, the endless river that encircled the world. Hyperion, the heavenly light. Themis, embodiment of justice. Mnemosyne, memory herself. And of course Cronus, who would later become central to our story. They were not exactly gods in the later sense, but personifications of cosmic principles, as if the universe itself had decided to grow limbs and faces. If you picture them, don't imagine polite, toga-wearing deities sipping wine. Think instead of towering primeval beings, more like mountains with personalities. They didn't live in palaces, but seemed woven into the fabric of existence. Oceanus, for instance, wasn't merely by the sea, he was the sea. It is almost unfair to call them a family, but that is how the Greeks framed it. Gaia, the mother, Uranus, the father, and the Titans, their many children. Of course, no myth worth remembering ever describes a happy household. Uranus, the Sky Father, turned out to be rather unpleasant. He feared his children, the Titans and their monstrous siblings, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, those dreadful 100-handers. Fearing their strength, Uranus stuffed them back into Gaia's womb, which, needless to say, was uncomfortable for everyone involved. Poor Gaia groaned beneath the weight, both physically and metaphorically, until she could bear it no longer. She sought revenge. Here enters Cronus. He was the youngest Titan, but cunning enough to do what his older siblings would not. With Gaia's encouragement, he ambushed his father. Armed with an adamantine sickle, a sharp, unyielding blade, Cronus struck Uranus and separated him from the earth. It was, shall we say, a messy business. From the blood that fell upon the earth were born the Furies, spirits of vengeance, and from the foam of the sea, according to one later myth, arose Aphrodite, goddess of love. It is rather telling that from violence came both justice and desire, two forces that would shape Greek myth forever. Cronus's act freed his siblings, but it also set in motion a cycle that would haunt the gods, the fear of children rising up against their parents. The Greeks, ever practical, understood that generational conflict is as natural as the turning of the seasons. Kings are overthrown, sons rebel, and no father sleeps entirely easy when his heirs are ambitious. With Uranus gone, Cronus took power. He ruled the cosmos with his Titan brothers and sisters, and for a time the world entered what the Greeks later called the Golden Age. Human beings, it was said, lived in peace and abundance. They did not toil in fields or suffer from disease. There was no need for laws or punishments, because everyone behaved naturally well. It was, in short, a paradise. But paradise never lasts. Cronus, for all his might, carried the weight of prophecy. Just as he had overthrown his father, one of his own children was destined to overthrow him. The Greeks loved a good prophecy, not because it offered choice, but because it suggested inevitability. No matter what a god or mortal did, fate had a way of twisting around to fulfill itself. And so Cronus, already paranoid, sought to prevent it. When his wife Rhea gave birth, Cronus did not coo over the crib or knit small divine booties. Instead, he swallowed each child whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, all vanished into his cavernous belly. To the Greeks, this was not just grotesque imagery, it was symbolic of time itself. For Cronus was often equated with Kronos, the personification of time. Just as time devours every generation, so too did Cronus consume his children. Rhea, understandably distressed, sought a way to save her youngest. She travelled to the island of Crete, where she gave birth to a baby boy. Instead of handing him over to Cronus, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it as her child. Cronus, without a moment's suspicion, not the sharpest ruler it seems, gulped down the stone and thought himself safe. Meanwhile, the real child was hidden away, nursed by the goat Amalthea, whose milk flowed like ambrosia. Around him danced the curettes, young warriors who clashed their spears and shields to drown out his cries. Thus was Zeus, born in secrecy, his destiny preserved. Why did the Greeks tell such strange stories of cannibalistic fathers and goats with divine milk? The answer lies in how myth and history blended. Myth was not designed for comfort, but to explain the cycles of nature and the politics of power. The fear of succession mirrored real anxieties in the ancient world. Kings feared their sons, cities feared rivals, and even the gods, it seemed, could not escape the cycle of violence. Archaeologists studying Minoan Crete point to caves like Dicte and Ida, later worship sites associated with Zeus's birth. Offerings of bronze and terracotta figurines have been found there, suggesting people genuinely believed these caves held cosmic importance. The myth also tied into ritual. The banging of shields by the curettes echoed the noisy processions of real Greek festivals, where dancers and drummers sought to call down divine favour. The Titans, meanwhile, became symbols of a bygone era. Later Greeks saw them as ancient, almost outdated gods, replaced by the Olympians, in the same way old customs yield to new. In literature, especially in Hesiod, they represent raw power, immense, primal, but lacking refinement. The Olympians, by contrast, stood for order and civilization. Yet the memory of the Titans lingered. They were not destroyed, only imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, watched over by the 100-handers. To the Greek imagination, they were always there, rumbling in the depths, reminders that chaos never truly disappears. Some scholars believe the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, reflected cultural memories of older deities being displaced by new cults. As Indo-European settlers brought their sky gods into Greece, they may have reshaped myths to explain why Zeus and his siblings now ruled in place of older earth and sea powers. In this way, myth preserved a dim memory of religious change. The story of Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus has parallels in other traditions. In Mesopotamia, the god Marduk defeated the primeval chaos dragon Tiamat to establish order. In the Hittite myths of Anatolia, Kumarbi bit off the genitals of his father Anu, only to be later challenged by his own son, the storm god Teshub. The pattern is clear. a cycle of succession, each generation overthrowing the last, usually through violent means. The Greeks were not alone in imagining their universe this way. It was as if ancient peoples all understood that power never passes peacefully, even in heaven. And so, as this first chapter closes, we leave the world balanced on the edge of transformation. Cronus sits upon his throne, smugly patting his belly full of children, unaware that one infant remains at large. The Titans rule, their power vast, their reign seemingly eternal. Humanity enjoys its golden age, free from toil and grief. But change is stirring in a Cretan cave, where a baby god grows, nurtured by milk and hidden by song. Soon he will rise, and nothing will be the same again. The Greeks love to look back on this Titan age with a mixture of nostalgia and dread. Nostalgia because it was remembered as a time of abundance and innocence. Dread because it was also a time when power was raw and cruel, and even gods feared their own children. To them, it explained not just the origins of Zeus, but the very nature of life, that every order contains the seeds of its own overthrow. So, if you're drifting off to sleep, imagine the stars above as Uranus stretched across the sky, and the earth beneath you as Gaia, ever fertile, ever restless. Between them once lay the Titans, proud and mighty, waiting for the day their rule would end. And from the quiet cries of a child hidden in Crete, a new order was already being born. If the story of Zeus begins anywhere, it begins in secrecy. No golden throne, no temple walls, no proud processions of priests. Instead, picture a dark cave on the island of Crete. A baby is hidden there, his cries muffled by the clash of spears against shields. His mother has just deceived the mightiest being in the cosmos with nothing more than a rock wrapped in swaddling clothes. It seems a humble beginning for the future king of gods. But then again, the Greeks always liked irony. Rhea, wife of Cronus, had grown tired of watching her children vanish down her husband's throat. Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, Hades, all swallowed in the name of paranoia. Cronus feared the prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him, and so he tried to prevent fate by becoming the most dreadful babysitter in history. Rhea, however, was not prepared to lose her last child. So she fled to Crete, gave birth in secret, and fooled her husband with a stone that he swallowed without hesitation. Perhaps this tells us that even mighty titans should chew their food. The child she saved was Zeus, and his upbringing would become one of the most curious tales of Greek mythology. Caves in Crete, particularly those of Dicte and Ida, were later revered as his birthplace. Archaeologists have discovered offerings, small figurines, bronze objects, ritual vessels, suggesting that for centuries people truly believed those caves sheltered the infant god. For the Greeks, mythology was not merely a story but a living landscape. When they walked through those caves, they felt they were stepping into the cradle of divinity. Zeus, of course, could not be raised like an ordinary child. His nurse was the goat Amalthea, whose milk was said to flow with a richness that rivaled ambrosia itself. Some say she was not an ordinary goat, but a divine creature shining with vitality. Her horns, according to myth, later became the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, a symbol of endless nourishment. A nice touch of symbolism, since this small goat, often overlooked in retellings, was in fact the creature that sustained the future ruler of Olympus. In a way, the abundance of the gods began with her. Around the child danced the curettes, armoured youths whose duty was both solemn and noisy. Whenever Zeus cried, They clashed their spears and shields together, raising a racket to prevent Cronus from hearing. It was a strange form of babysitting, deafening lullabies of bronze and steel, but apparently effective. Some traditions suggest that the curates were half divine themselves, guardians of the infant god, and their warlike dance became the model for later Cretan rituals. To the Greeks, ritual noise was more than sound. It was a weapon against chaos, a way to keep dark forces at bay. This hidden childhood gave Zeus the qualities that would define him: secrecy, resilience, and the sense that destiny favoured him above all others. Unlike his siblings, swallowed and imprisoned, Zeus grew free. Unlike his father, who feared his children, Zeus would one day embrace his own role as father, though perhaps too enthusiastically, given the number of offspring he produced. Even as a baby, he represented the new order waiting to be born. The Greeks often emphasized the contrast between Zeus's modest beginnings and his eventual glory. In Crete, he was just another child, dependent on milk, warmth, and protection. Yet his survival was marked by signs of divinity. Some stories claim bees fed him honey, that sacred substance considered the food of immortals. Others say nymphs cradled him, their songs weaving him into the harmony of nature itself. In these details, we see how the Greeks linked gods to the natural world. Milk, honey, caves, mountains, bees, all became part of Zeus's divine identity. Meanwhile, Cronus sat upon his throne, entirely unaware. He had swallowed the stone Rhea gave him and congratulated himself on defeating prophecy. This confidence is a reminder of how myths often poke fun at tyrants. Cronus was immensely powerful, but he was also unimaginative. He mistook a rock for a child, never questioned why his wife looked a bit too relieved, and assumed fate could be outwitted by simple digestion. The Greeks seemed to enjoy the thought that even gods could be foolish, and that arrogance was always the first step toward downfall. As Zeus grew, he began to plan. His childhood in Crete was not idle play, but preparation. He was taught the arts of leadership and war, though who exactly did the teaching varies from tale to tale. Some say the goddess Metis, embodiment of cunning thought, guided him. Others suggest the nymphs of Crete shaped his early wisdom. In every telling, however, Zeus is destined to act. He is not a passive child waiting to inherit the cosmos. He is a force in the making, already bent on justice and revenge. This idea that the youngest child can rise to overthrow the old reflected the Greek view of time and politics. Every order contained its replacement. Every father feared his son. In a society where city-states frequently clashed and rulers rose and fell, the myth offered a cosmic mirror of human experience. Zeus was not just a baby hidden in a cave. He was the symbol of change itself. The story also explained something of Greek religion. Unlike some cultures where gods are eternal and unchanging, Greek gods were born, suffered, plotted, and grew. Zeus's infancy mattered. His struggles as a child made him relatable, almost human, even as he prepared to become the most powerful of all. Worshippers who brought offerings to his caves in Crete were acknowledging not just his might, but his vulnerability, his origins in hardship and concealment. In later times, poets embellished his childhood with further details. They told of how the goat Amalthea broke one of her horns, and how Zeus, in gratitude, filled it with unending fruit and grain, the cornucopia, still a symbol of plenty today. They told of how the curette's clanging dance became part of festivals, echoing the protection once offered to the hidden child. Even objects of nature, like the aegis, a magical goatskin shield associated with Zeus, were linked back to these early years. His infancy became the seedbed of symbols that defined his reign. Yet the most important part of Zeus's childhood was not his survival, but the planet set in motion. When he came of age, Zeus would not simply live in safety while his siblings languished in their father's belly. He would rescue them, restore balance, and begin the great struggle known as the Titanomachy, the war that reshaped the cosmos. The baby hidden in Crete was not merely lucky, he was destined to act as liberator. The Greeks admired this. To them, true kingship required more than inheritance. It demanded courage, strategy, and above all, the willingness to challenge tyranny. We must also pause to consider how this story blended with real-world Crete. The island was home to the Minoan civilization, which flourished long before classical Greece. The Cretans worshipped deities of fertility, animals and caves, and many scholars suggest that the myth of Zeus' childhood was shaped by these older traditions. By placing his birth in Crete, the Greeks tied their most important god to one of their most ancient cultural centres. Myth, archaeology, and politics all overlapped here. Zeus's early years also highlight a central theme of Greek religion, the closeness of gods and mortals. The same milk that fed ordinary children fed Zeus. The same honey prized by humans was his food. His cave was not a palace, but a place anyone could enter. For the Greeks, this was comforting. Their gods were grand, yes, but also rooted in the same natural world that sustained them. To offer honey or milk at a shrine was to share in the diet of divinity. And so we leave Zeus, not yet king of Olympus, but a child growing in strength beneath the rocky slopes of Crete. His father still believes himself secure, his siblings remain imprisoned in darkness, and the Titans rule as though nothing could ever change. Yet in the shadows, a baby is growing. Every cry drowned by clashing spears, every mouthful of milk, every whispered blessing from nymphs and guardians, all bring him closer to his destiny. The Greeks, when they told this story, were not merely recounting a fairy tale. They were reminding themselves that change always begins quietly. The mightiest of rulers can be undone by a child hidden in a cave. Tyranny can never silence destiny. Even the cosmos itself waits for its rightful heir. So, if you are listening with eyes half closed, picture that cave. Imagine the goat Amalthea bending to feed the infant, her breath warm, her horns shining faintly in the gloom. Hear the distant clatter of bronze as the curettes dance, their weapons ringing against each other in time with the baby's cries. Outside, the winds sweep across Crete's rugged hills, carrying with them the secret of a god who will one day rule the sky. And beneath it all lies the quiet promise that even in darkness, even in hiding, greatness can grow unseen until the moment it bursts forth into the light. There comes a point in every story where patience runs out. For Zeus, it was not enough to be hidden in a cave, nourished on honey and goat's milk, while his brothers and sisters remained trapped in the belly of Cronus. Childhood, however charming, was only the prologue. The time came to act, and in true mythological fashion, the action would take the shape of war. Not a skirmish, not a brief rebellion, but a clash that shook the very structure of the cosmos. The Greeks called it the Titanomachy, the war between gods and titans, and it would last 10 long years. When Zeus had grown to manhood, he set his mind on freeing his siblings. One cannot, after all, rule Olympus with only oneself for company. Different versions of the story describe how this happened. In one telling, the goddess Metis, whose name means cunning, prepared a potion that caused Cronus to vomit. Whether it was slipped into his drink or forced down his throat, the effect was spectacular. Cronus retched and heaved, and out-tumbled the 5 children he had swallowed: Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades. Fully grown, perhaps a little shaken, but alive. Imagine Cronus' surprise at regurgitating not just dinner, but an entire divine family. Thus united, the siblings formed the core of what would become the Olympian order. Yet the task ahead was daunting. Cronus and the Titans were no frail elders. They were primeval beings of immense power, woven into the fabric of nature itself. To confront them was to confront the foundations of the universe. It was not a decision taken lightly, but the Olympians had a secret weapon: allies. The Cyclopes, once imprisoned by Uranus and later by Cronus, were freed by Zeus. Grateful, they offered him gifts. To Zeus they gave thunder and lightning, weapons that became his eternal symbols. To Poseidon they gave the trident, a spear that shook the seas. To Hades they gave a helmet that rendered him invisible. These tools were not just ornaments. They were cosmic forces, and they tilted the balance. Picture now the 2 sides gathering for war. On one side the Olympians, young, vigorous, armed with the latest divine technology, driven by the energy of destiny. On the other, the Titans, immense, ancient, embodiments of sky, ocean and memory. The battlefield was the cosmos itself. Earth trembled, seas boiled, and mountains shuddered as the struggle began. The Greeks imagined thunder echoing across the heavens, fire flashing from Olympus, and the very air charged with the clash of immortals. It was not a quiet affair. The war dragged on year after year. Neither side could claim victory. The Titans had brute strength and endurance, while the Olympians had cunning and new weapons. It was a stalemate, and the world itself bore the scars. Storms raged, earthquakes split valleys, seas threatened to swallow coasts. For the Greeks, these natural disasters were not random. They were echoes of this primordial war still rumbling beneath the surface of their world. At last, Zeus realized that strength alone would not win the day. He descended into Tartarus, the shadowy pit beneath the earth, where the 100-handers languished. These were monstrous beings, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, cast down by Uranus and feared by Cronus. Terrifying as they were, they hated their chains more than anything else. Zeus freed them, offering them freedom in exchange for loyalty. They agreed, and with their 100 arms they hurled rocks the size of mountains. Pelting the Titans was an unending barrage. It was like discovering an entire army of catapults hidden in the basement. With the 100-handers on their side, the Olympians finally gained the upper hand. Thunderbolts split the sky, tridents churned the oceans, invisibility struck terror into Titan ranks. For 10 years the battle raged until at last the Titans faltered. Cronus, who had once dared to strike down Uranus, now found himself struck down in turn by his own son. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The new order had arrived. What became of the Titans? They were not destroyed outright, for the Greeks rarely imagined gods simply vanishing. Instead, they were cast into Tartarus, that vast pit as far beneath the earth as the sky is above it. There they were bound, guarded by the 100-handers they had once scorned. To the Greek imagination, the Titans remained alive, but defeated, their rumblings heard as earthquakes, their power still present but contained. Power never disappears entirely, it only changes hands. This great war was more than a dramatic tale. It was also an explanation. The Olympians were the gods of order, law, and civilization. The Titans represented an older, rougher world, raw forces, primal and untamed. The Titanomachy symbolised the victory of order over chaos, of a younger, more structured cosmos over a raw and threatening one. It also reflected the Greeks' understanding of generational change. Just as Cronus had overthrown Uranus, Zeus overthrew Cronus. Every ruler, no matter how mighty, faced the same fate. One day a younger generation would take their place. It was as true of families and city-states as it was of gods. The story also carried echoes of real history. Scholars often suggest that myths of succession reflect ancient memories of cultural shifts. As Indo-European peoples brought their sky gods into Greece, they may have reshaped older myths, casting their deities as the triumphant Olympians who displaced earlier earth-centered figures. The Titanomachy, then, is not just a story of gods, but a mythologized record of how religions evolve. Old powers are never erased, they are reimagined as defeated but enduring. One cannot ignore either the psychological weight of the tale. Imagine being a Greek farmer, listening to this myth at a festival. Thunder rumbles in the distance, mountains loom, the sea pounds the shore. All these overwhelming forces of nature are given a narrative, a history. They are not random terrors, but echoes of a great cosmic battle long ago. In telling the Titanomachy, the Greeks explained their world to themselves, and in doing so, made it less frightening. To know that Zeus ruled with thunderbolts was, oddly enough, comforting. It suggested that someone, at least, was in charge of the storm. The Titanomachy also revealed the kind of ruler Zeus would become. Unlike Cronus, who feared his children, Zeus built alliances. Unlike Uranus, who imprisoned his offspring, Zeus freed his siblings and gave them roles. Poseidon took the sea, Hades the underworld, Hera the crown of queen. It was a kingdom of cooperation, though not without quarrels. But the foundation was different. Where Cronus devoured, Zeus distributed. Where Cronus hoarded power, Zeus shared it. Though always keeping the sky for himself, of course. A wise choice, for storms make a more dramatic stage than seas or caverns. In later Greek art and poetry, the Titanomachy became a favourite subject. Sculptors carved writhing bodies of titans crushed beneath Olympian force. Poets described the clash of fire and stone, the screams of ancient gods, the thunder that split mountains. It was both terrifying and reassuring. Terrifying in scale, reassuring in outcome. The Olympians always triumphed. Order always prevailed, at least for now. And so, as the war ended, the world entered a new age. The Titans were chained in Tartarus. Cronus dethroned, and Zeus stood victorious. He was no longer the hidden child of Crete, no longer the secret nourished in shadows. He was the king of gods, the wielder of thunder, the ruler of Olympus. From now on, the stories would be his. But if the Greeks knew anything, it was that victory carries its own burdens. Power won must be power maintained. Already, even as Zeus celebrated, new challenges waited on the horizon. Giants, monsters, prophecies yet to be fulfilled. For now, though, the cosmos was quiet. The dust of war settled, the thunder eased, and the Olympians looked out upon a world that was finally theirs. So if you are drifting towards sleep, imagine the rumble of thunder not as threat, but as memory. The distant echo of a war fought long ago. Picture the stars shining calmly above, reminders that order emerged from chaos, that storms gave way to clarity. And remember that even gods had to fight for their place in the world, just as every generation must. Zeus had claimed his throne, and the age of the Titans was over. The dust of war had hardly settled when Zeus looked out across a cosmos reshaped by battle. The Titanomachy was over. The Olympians had triumphed, and the future now belonged to him. Yet victory is only the beginning of rule. Anyone can win a war with the right allies and a few thunderbolts, but to govern a world, to hold it together and keep it from unravelling, requires something more. Zeus, the once hidden child of Crete, now faced the task of turning triumph into order. And, in Greek imagination, this was no small feat. The first step was to decide who ruled what. The universe, after all, is too large for one god to manage alone, even a god with thunder at his fingertips. According to tradition, the three brothers drew lots. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades each reached into fate's urn to claim their portion of the cosmos. Zeus received the sky, vast and endless, where thunderclouds gathered and stars wheeled in their courses. Poseidon took the sea, restless and deep, filled with hidden monsters and treasures. Hades, perhaps drawing the short straw, received the underworld, a gloomy realm of shadows. To soften the blow, Zeus assured him it was an important responsibility, and perhaps added, with the wry smile of an older brother, that someone had to mind the dead. It is tempting to imagine them haggling like siblings dividing up an inheritance. Poseidon, the hot-tempered one, perhaps arguing for more coastline. Hades sighing at the unfairness of it all. Zeus, of course, declaring the arrangement final because, well, he had the thunderbolts. Yet beneath the humour lies something deeper. The division of realms mirrored the Greeks' sense of cosmic balance. Sky, sea, and underworld were three pillars of existence, each necessary, each governed by one of the brothers. It was not democracy. The Greeks were under no illusions, but it was order. Zeus now sat as king upon Olympus, the lofty mountain that pierced the clouds. From here he presided over gods and men alike. But Olympus was not merely a mountain. It was a symbol of divine court, of assembly, of hierarchy. Archaeologists note that in Greek religion, the gods often reflected the structures of human society. Just as city-states had councils and rulers, so too did the gods. Olympus was their palace, their parliament, their banquet hall, and at its centre was Zeus, enthroned. Yet to establish his rule, Zeus had to do more than hand out titles. He had to prove himself a king who maintained order not just through fear, but through justice. One of his earliest acts was to set boundaries. The Titans who had opposed him were cast into Tartarus, chained and guarded by the 100-handers. But others, such as Oceanus and his daughters, the Oceanids, were left untouched. This selective punishment reveals something important. Zeus understood politics. A king who punishes all indiscriminately creates enemies everywhere. A king who punishes some and spares others creates gratitude and loyalty. By allowing certain titans to remain, he turned potential foes into allies. The Greeks often portrayed Zeus as both fierce and measured. His thunderbolts were terrifying, yes, but they were not used carelessly. He was not a tyrant like Uranus, nor paranoid like Cronus. He established a reign that, while far from perfect, was at least stable. His justice became legendary. Oaths sworn in his name were sacred, and to break them invited his wrath. Hospitality, xenia, fell under his protection. If a guest were mistreated, Zeus would punish the offender. This might sound like a small detail, but in a world where travel was perilous and strangers depended on the goodwill of hosts, it mattered deeply. Zeus was not only the king of the sky, but the guardian of trust. Still, his reign was not without challenge. The Greeks, never content with a simple story, imagined that after the Titanomachy came further threats. Chief among these was Typhon, a monstrous serpent-bodied giant born of Gaia, who had not forgiven Zeus for overthrowing her children. Typhon rose against the new king, hurling fire and destruction. The battle between them shook heaven and earth. At first, Zeus was even said to have faltered, fleeing when his sinews were torn from his body. But eventually, with thunderbolts blazing, he overcame Typhon, casting him beneath Mount Etna in Sicily. To this day, when the volcano erupts, the Greeks would say it was Typhon struggling below, his rage contained by Zeus's victory. Another test came in the form of the giants, born from the blood of Uranus and egged on by Gaia. They stormed Olympus in what was called the Gigantomachy. Zeus and his allies fought them fiercely, but the prophecy said they could only be defeated with the aid of a mortal. That mortal was Heracles, Zeus's own son. With his arrows and the god's strength combined, the giants were slain. These stories reinforced Zeus' image as a ruler who faced constant opposition, yet always emerged triumphant. His reign was not handed to him. It was defended and earned again and again. To cement his rule, Zeus also established the order of divine law. Themis, goddess of justice, became his counsellor. Together they ensured that the cosmos ran according to principle, not whim. It is telling that the Greeks imagined even gods bound by order. Zeus might be the most powerful, but he was not entirely free. Above him loomed Moira, fate, whose decrees even thunderbolts could not undo. This subtle restraint gave the Greeks comfort. Their king of gods was mighty, but not arbitrary. He too respected the laws of the cosmos. Of course, to rule Olympus also meant ruling a court full of quarrelsome personalities. Hera, his sister, and later his wife, was never shy about voicing her opinions, particularly when Zeus's wandering affections became too obvious. Poseidon occasionally tested his brother's authority, contesting dominion over cities like Athens. Even minor gods could stir trouble, clamouring for recognition. Yet Zeus maintained his throne through a mixture of authority, persuasion, and, when necessary, well-aimed lightning. It was a divine version of politics, and in its squabbling, one hears an echo of Greek city councils. Olympus was not a place of perfect harmony. It was a place of constant negotiation, overseen by a steady king. The legacy of Zeus's establishment of rule can still be traced in Greek culture. At Olympia, the greatest games were held in his honour every 4 years. Athletes competed not only for victory, but to celebrate Zeus's order. Victors were crowned with olive wreaths, symbols of peace and unity under his watch. Oracles, like that at Dodona, spoke in his name, interpreting the rustling of oak leaves as his divine voice. His presence permeated the very fabric of Greek life, from politics to weather to the most intimate oaths sworn between friends. One must not forget either that Zeus's rise marked the dawn of a new cosmic family. No longer were the gods vague personifications of nature. Under Zeus, they became figures with personalities, quarrels, and stories that reflected human life. The Olympians were not distant abstractions. They were a family, flawed but relatable, and Zeus was their father figure. His rule established the narrative pattern for all myths to follow. A king at the centre, surrounded by a divine household, each with roles to play. As this chapter closes, we see Zeus firmly enthroned, his power secure but not absolute, his thunderbolts a symbol not just of destruction but of balance. He has divided the world among his brothers, set justice at the heart of his reign, defeated challengers from giants to serpents, and bound even himself beneath the higher laws of fate. In his triumph, the Greeks saw not only a god, but a vision of kingship. Powerful yet cautious, stern yet protective, flawed but enduring. So, if you are drifting toward rest, imagine Olympus rising above the clouds, its halls gleaming, its banquets echoing with laughter and quarrels, its throne occupied by the god of thunder. Outside, the seas roll under Poseidon, the underworld slumbers under Hades, and the sky stretches vast under Zeus's watchful eye. Order has been established. The chaos of the Titans is gone. For now, the world is in balance, and the King of Gods watches over it with lightning in hand and justice in heart. Now that Zeus had claimed his throne, divided the realms with his brothers, and sent the Titans to their chains, he could begin to embody what most people knew him for, the god of the sky. It is difficult to imagine a more fitting domain. The sky is vast, eternal, and untouchable. It shelters and threatens in equal measure. It gives life through sunlight and rain, and it terrifies with lightning and storm. For the Greeks, to say that Zeus ruled the sky was to say that he ruled everything of importance. Farmers bent their heads in prayer to him. Sailors looked anxiously to his clouds, and kings swore oaths with his name on their lips. To live beneath the open air was to live beneath Zeus. His weapon was the thunderbolt. Forged by the Cyclopes, these bolts of fire and light were not the random flashes mortals saw in storms, but precise instruments of justice. When Zeus hurled a thunderbolt, it was said to strike exactly where he willed, with no possibility of error. That detail matters, because it made his thunder a symbol not of chance, but of law. A spear might miss, a sword might break, but a thunderbolt always struck true. On temple pediments and painted pottery, Zeus is almost always shown with it in hand, a reminder that his justice came with fire. The thunderbolt was not just his weapon, it was the badge of his kingship. But Zeus was not only the hurler of storms, he was also the giver of rain. The Greeks depended upon his showers for survival. The landscape of Greece, rocky and dry in many places, required just enough rainfall for barley and wheat to grow. Too little rain, and famine threatened. Too much, and the fields flooded. Zeus, as sky god, was the one who balanced this delicate rhythm. He could be generous, sending gentle showers that nourished the soil, or he could be withholding, tightening the sky until crops withered. His role as rainbringer was so central that many local cults worshipped him specifically as Zeus Ombrios, Zeus of the rain, or Zeus Hyetios, Zeus of showers. Farmers would sacrifice goats or sheep in hopes of a kind season. It is easy to forget that to a people without irrigation or modern storage, the weather was not background, it was destiny. Worship of Zeus often took place beneath the open sky, not hidden inside temples. At Dodona, one of his oldest sanctuaries, people did not kneel before marble statues, but listened to the voice of the wind. There, an oak tree sacred to Zeus stood, and its rustling leaves were read as his speech. Priests and priestesses interpreted the sounds, turning whispers of branches into answers for those who asked questions. Archaeological finds show inscriptions with simple queries scratched onto lead tablets. Should I marry this woman? Will my voyage succeed? Will the harvest be good? Zeus's replies, carried in leaves and breezes, guided lives. Even the smallest decision could be placed under his sky. In Olympia, Zeus was honoured through the Olympic Games, a festival that began as worship and became the most famous gathering in the Greek world. Every 4 years, athletes assembled from across city-states that otherwise fought endlessly with one another For a few weeks, truces were declared, and war gave way to competition. Victors were crowned not with gold or silver, but with olive wreaths, humble tokens that carried enormous prestige. To compete at Olympia was to place one's strength and endurance beneath the gaze of Zeus. His colossal statue, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world, towered over the sanctuary, gleaming with ivory and gold. When mortals strained their muscles in the stadium, they did so as if he watched every step. Zeus' rule of the sky also made him the guardian of oaths and morality. The same heavens that nourished fields also looked down upon human actions. Nothing escaped his gaze. To swear an oath beneath the open air was to invite Zeus as witness, and to break it was to risk his thunder. Hospitality, or xenia, was sacred to him as well. A stranger who crossed your threshold carried Zeus's protection. To mistreat a guest was not merely rude, but a crime against the king of gods himself. This tells us much about Greek society. In a land of scattered villages and perilous travel, strangers were common, and mistrust was easy. By placing hospitality under Zeus's authority, the Greeks ensured a kind of cosmic safety net. The sky god was also the god of trust. Other cultures had their sky gods, and the Greeks likely saw reflections of Zeus in them. The Mesopotamian storm god Marduk, the Canaanite Baal, the Vedic god Indra, all wielded thunder and lightning, all defeated chaos, all ruled as kings. Zeus stood in that long tradition of storm deities, embodying the belief that the one who commands the weather commands the world. Yet Zeus had a distinctly Greek character. He was not distant like Marduk, nor endlessly warlike like Indra. He was both majestic and approachable, feared yet familiar. His sky was not abstract. It was the real sky overhead, felt in the warmth of sun and the chill of rain. The eagle was his chosen bird, soaring higher than all others, its sharp eyes seeing far below. In myths, the eagle often appeared as his messenger, carrying omens or symbols of his power. Roman emperors, when they adopted Zeus under the name Jupiter, placed the eagle upon their standards, carrying forward the sense that sovereignty belongs to the one whose vision is sharpest and whose reach is highest. Even today, the eagle remains a symbol of states and armies, a faint echo of Zeus's wings sweeping across the heavens. Artists and poets love to describe him as master of the heavens. On coins he appeared enthroned, eagle at his side, thunderbolt in his hand. On temple friezes he was the largest figure, towering above lesser gods. His very name in Greek, Zeus, from the root Dew, meaning bright sky, carried the daylight within it. For worshippers, to speak his name was to call upon the living sky. Yet Zeus was not purely benevolent. The Greeks knew the danger of the sky too well. A storm at sea could destroy a fleet. A lightning strike could burn a field. Farmers prayed nervously for balance. Enough rain, but not too much. Enough sun, but not too little. Sailors poured wine into the waves to ask Zeus for calm passage. Soldiers heading into battle begged him for favourable omens. He was not predictable, for the sky itself is not predictable. He was to be trusted, respected, feared, and praised all at once. And yet there was comfort in his cycle. The storm passed, the clouds cleared, the rainbow returned. Zeus's moods changed, but the sky endured. For the Greeks, this rhythm mirrored life itself. Hardship followed by relief. Drought followed by abundance. They saw in Zeus not only the threat of thunder, but the promise of renewal. He was as constant as the sky and as changeable as its weather, which was to say he was life itself. So, if you are drifting into sleep, Imagine the heavens as the Greeks saw them, alive, watchful, divine. The dome above you is not empty but full of presence. The clouds drift at his will, the rains fall by his choice. The lightning splits the sky at his command. An eagle circles high above, sharp-eyed and steady. An oak tree whispers in the breeze, its leaves carrying answers to quiet questions. The great statue at Olympia gleams in the torchlight as athletes bow their heads before him. This is Zeus, the sky god, giver of storms and rain, guardian of oaths, ruler of the heavens. To live under the sky was to live under him. And for the Greeks, that meant every moment of every day. To rule the sky was one thing. To hurl thunderbolts and send rain upon the fields gave Zeus power over nature itself. But kingship is not just a matter of storms and sunshine. It is also a matter of laws, of right and wrong, of keeping the world in balance so that mortals and immortals alike know their place. If Zeus was the sky god, he was also the god of justice, the enforcer of order, the guardian of oaths. And in the Greek imagination, this side of Zeus was as important as the thunderbolt. The Greeks had a word for justice, dike. It was not simply punishment or courtroom procedure, but the natural order of things, the sense that the world must remain balanced. Crops must grow in their season, kings must keep their promises, strangers must be treated with kindness, and families must honour their bonds. When this balance was broken, chaos crept in. And who watched over Dike from the heavens? Zeus himself. He was not merely a weather god who sent rain and lightning. He was the upholder of morality. This role shows most clearly in his protection of oaths. To swear an oath in ancient Greece was to invoke Zeus as witness. Whether it was a treaty between city-states, a promise of marriage, or an agreement over land, people sealed it in his name. If someone dared to break it, they risked divine punishment. The Greeks imagined Zeus listening, not because he was nosy, but because oaths tied society together. A world where promises meant nothing would collapse into chaos, and Zeus, the king of gods, could not allow that. His thunderbolts might punish armies, but his authority also hovered over every whispered vow. Closely linked to this was his guardianship of Xenia, the sacred law of hospitality. To mistreat a guest was not just a social faux pas, but a sin against Zeus Xenios, Zeus the protector of strangers. Imagine living in a world without hotels or police stations, where a traveller relied entirely on the goodwill of others. If you arrived at a household, dusty from the road, hungry and thirsty, your host was expected to feed you, bathe you, and offer rest before even asking your name. That was the law of hospitality, and Zeus enforced it. To harm a guest was to provoke his wrath. The Greeks told many stories of mortals punished for violating this sacred trust. Hospitality was not merely courtesy, it was divine law, guarded by the king of gods. The Trojan War itself begins with a violation of Xenia. Paris of Troy, welcomed as a guest in Sparta, abused that hospitality by running off with Helen, wife of his host. The entire war, in one sense, was Zeus's justice made manifest, punishing those who broke the sacred bonds. This was how seriously the Greeks took his role. Justice was not only personal, but cosmic, extending even to the causes of wars. Yet Zeus was not a humorless judge with a gavel. His sense of justice was often depicted as measured and deliberate. He punished hubris, excessive pride, because it threatened the balance between gods and mortals. Kings who became arrogant, thinking themselves equal to the divine, often found themselves struck down. Sisyphus, for example, tricked the gods more than once, and for his deceit he was condemned to roll a stone uphill for eternity. Tantalus, who betrayed the trust of Zeus's table, was punished with endless hunger and thirst. These myths remind us that Zeus's justice was not abstract. It was vividly personal, felt in punishments that mirrored the crime. And yet, justice under Zeus was not only about retribution. He also rewarded the just. Hesiod, in his Works and Days, describes how Zeus watches over the actions of mortals, blessing those who honour justice and punishing those who scorn it. For farmers, this meant a good harvest. For cities, it meant peace and prosperity. The idea was simple. If society upheld Dike, Zeus ensured balance in the world. If society abandoned it, storms, famine, and strife followed. Justice was not separate from nature, but woven into it. In myth, Zeus himself was guided by Themis, goddess of divine law, and their daughter Dike, who personified justice. The Greeks often showed these figures at his side, whispering counsel. Even Zeus, mighty as he was, didn't act entirely alone. He respected higher principles that bound even gods. Above all loomed the Fates, the Moirai, who spun, measured, and cut the thread of life. Zeus might enforce justice, but fate itself was beyond even him. This subtle limit reassured the Greeks. The sky god was mighty, but not arbitrary. He was not free to twist the cosmos however he pleased. He too bowed to the order of things. One striking example of Zeus as guardian of justice comes in the tale of Lycaon, king of Arcadia. According to the myth, Lycaon sought to test Zeus's omniscience. When Zeus visited him in disguise, Lycaon served him a meal of human flesh, mocking divine authority. Outraged, Zeus struck down his household with thunder and transformed Lycaon into a wolf. The story served as a warning. Zeus was not only a god of the sky, but the god who punished crimes against morality itself. Even cannibal kings could not escape his justice. The Greeks also tied Zeus's justice to their daily politics. City-states often invoked him in their laws, seeing him as the protector of civic order. Court cases might begin with oaths in his name. Assemblies and councils sought to align their decisions with his balance. He was, in a sense, the divine overseer of the polis. For the Greeks, democracy, monarchy, or aristocracy all depended on trust, and trust depended on Zeus. His justice was the invisible fabric of society. Interestingly, his role as judge was not limited to mortals. Even among the gods, Zeus was arbiter. When quarrels broke out, and on Olympus, quarrels were frequent, it was Zeus who settled them. Sometimes this meant stern rebukes. Sometimes it meant clever compromise. Sometimes it meant hurling a thunderbolt to silence the argument. He was not always loved for his judgments, but he was respected. In this way, Olympus mirrored human society again. A noisy council with a single figure at its head, keeping chaos from spilling over. Festivals to Zeus often emphasized his role as guardian of justice. At Olympia, his games brought temporary peace, a truce among warring states. At Dodona, his oracle answered questions of right and wrong, guiding decisions in both private and civic life. Sacrifices to Zeus were made not only for reign or victory, but for fairness, for the assurance that society would remain in balance under his gaze. In comparing Zeus with other cultures' gods, one sees the uniqueness of his justice. Mesopotamian kings might claim to enforce divine law, but their gods were distant, their decrees mysterious. Zeus, by contrast, was near. He listened to oaths, punished the arrogant, rewarded the just, and intervened directly in stories mortals could understand. His justice was not abstract philosophy, but lived experience. Every thunderclap was a reminder that he was watching. And so we see Zeus not only as the god of storms, but as the god of moral weather, the one who sent harmony or turmoil depending on human behaviour. For the Greeks, justice was not separate from nature. The same god who watered their fields also judged their actions. The same clouds that brought rain could also bring punishment. In Zeus, law and sky became one. So if you are closing your eyes now, imagine not the roar of thunder, but the steady gaze of the sky above. Imagine promises whispered beneath it, strangers welcomed under roofs, kings making treaties with Zeus as witness. Picture justice not as a courtroom, but as a balance stretching across earth and heaven, guarded by the god who sees all. His thunderbolt lies at his side, ready if needed, but his watchfulness is constant. Zeus, the king of justice, sits upon Olympus, and under his gaze the world holds together, for now, in order and peace. Every ruler, no matter how mighty, is remembered not only for victories on the battlefield or wise judgments in court, but also for matters of the heart. For Zeus, king of the gods, the word heart might be too polite. The Greeks knew him as thunderer, lawgiver, protector of oaths, but they also knew him as a god who could never quite resist desire. If the sky was vast, so too were his affections, ranging across goddesses, nymphs, and mortals. To tell the story of Zeus without his loves would be to miss the most colourful, if sometimes scandalous, chapters of his reign. The Greeks were not shy about this aspect of Zeus. His liaisons filled their myths, and through them entire dynasties traced their lineage back to him. Some poets portrayed him as noble, others as rather opportunistic, but all agreed he was prolific. The stories are not meant to be taken as romantic in the modern sense, full of candlelight and serenades. Instead, they show how the Greeks imagined divine desire shaping the human world. Every union of Zeus and a mortal woman was less about courtship than about mythic consequence. Heroes born, cities founded, destinies altered. Consider Europa, the Phoenician princess whose name still graces a continent. Zeus saw her gathering flowers by the sea and fell instantly in love. But rather than approach her directly, perhaps mindful that a thunderbolt is a poor conversation starter, he transformed himself into a gentle white bull. The image is almost comic. The king of gods reduced to a placid animal, nuzzling among maidens. Europa, charmed by the pool's calm demeanour, climbed upon its back. At once, Zeus plunged into the sea, carrying her across the waves to Crete. There he revealed himself, and from their union came Minos, future king of Crete. In this tale, a continent gains its name, and Crete its great dynasty, all because Zeus fancied a girl on the shore. Or take Leda, the Spartan queen. Here Zeus chose the form of a swan. Why a swan? Perhaps because swans glide gracefully on water, or perhaps simply because myth delights in absurd transformations. In paintings, the swan spreads its wings protectively around Leda, a strange blend of beauty and menace. From this union came Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world, whose abduction would launch 1,000 ships. Thus, from Zeus' feathered disguise came not only children, but one of the most famous wars in history. Another story tells of Danae, daughter of King Acrisius, locked away in a bronze chamber by her father, who had been warned that her son would one day kill him. Danae seemed beyond Zeus's reach, but the sky god has many forms. He entered her chamber not as a man or animal, but as a shower of golden rain. The detail is striking. Zeus, as rain, recalls his role as fertility bringer, but here the rain is golden, radiant, irresistible. From this union was born Perseus, the hero who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda. Once again, the love of Zeus reshaped destiny, producing a hero who became a cornerstone of Greek legend. Then there is Ganymede, the Trojan prince. Unlike many of Zeus's pursuits, this one was not a woman, but a youth of extraordinary beauty. Zeus, enamoured, carried him to Olympus, sometimes in the form of an eagle. There, Ganymede became cupbearer of the gods, serving nectar at divine feasts. Though the story raised eyebrows even in antiquity, it also symbolised honour. To be brought to Olympus was not a punishment, but a privilege. The Greeks interpreted this tale as the ultimate compliment. Beauty so radiant, it attracted the king of heaven himself. Zeus's liaisons were not confined to mortals. He was father to many gods as well. With Mnemosyne, goddess of memory, he fathered the 9 muses, patrons of poetry, music, and art. With Leto, he fathered Apollo and Artemis, radiant twins of sun and moon. With Demeter, his sister, he fathered Persephone, queen of the underworld. His relationships with goddesses were as consequential as those with mortals, weaving divine genealogies as intricate as mortal ones. Olympus itself was shaped by his affections. To the Greeks, these stories were more than gossip about their chief god. They explained why heroes existed, why certain families claimed divine ancestry, why beauty and power seemed to fall unevenly upon humanity. To say that Heracles was son of Zeus was not merely to give him prestige, but to mark him as set apart, destined for great deeds. Kings traced their lineages to Zeus as a way of claiming legitimacy. The god's wandering affections were, in a sense, political. His children became rulers, warriors, poets, the founders of culture itself. Of course, not everyone in Olympus approved. Hera, Zeus's queen, was rarely amused. Her jealousy is legendary, and myths often show her punishing the mortal women, and sometimes their children, rather than Zeus himself. This dynamic added drama to Greek storytelling. Zeus pursued, Hera opposed, mortals suffered in between. The pattern appears again and again, weaving divine conflict into human history. Heracles, for instance, was hounded all his life by Hera's enmity, not because of his own deeds, but because he was Zeus' illegitimate son. The Greeks may not have condoned Zeus's behaviour, but they accepted it as fact of myth, a narrative engine driving countless tales. It is tempting to read these myths as moral lessons about infidelity, but the Greeks did not think in those terms. To them, Zeus's loves were part of his nature. Just as the sky is never still, now stormy, now sunny, now full of rainbows, so Zeus's affections shifted endlessly. Desire was not a weakness, but a force of creation. Through his many unions, new lives, heroes and stories were born. The Greeks saw in Zeus's restlessness a reflection of life's abundance, messy and uncontrollable but undeniably fertile. One cannot ignore, however, the humour implicit in these tales. The king of gods turning into a bull or a swan or a shower of gold. These transformations verge on the ridiculous. The Greeks knew this. They told the stories with a mixture of awe and amusement. It was as if they wanted to remind themselves that even the mightiest of gods could look absurd in pursuit of love. In this way, Zeus was both elevated and humanized. He was powerful enough to shake the earth with storms, yet foolish enough to disguise himself as a farmyard animal. His reputation as lover also linked him to his role as sky god. Rain fertilized the earth, and so Zeus's unions fertilized the human world. Lightning struck, and so heroes were born. Just as storms bring both destruction and renewal, his affections brought both chaos and creation. To the Greeks, this parallel was obvious. Love, like thunder, was uncontrollable, sudden, and transformative. So when one tells the story of Zeus the lover, it is not simply a catalogue of affairs, but an exploration of how the Greeks saw desire itself. It was divine, dangerous, ridiculous, and creative all at once. In Zeus, love was not gentle but overwhelming, not private but world-changing. And from it came the fabric of myth itself, from Helen and the Trojan War to Perseus and his adventures, from the Muses and their songs to Heracles and his labours. So, if your eyes are heavy now, imagine the sky at dusk. Clouds drift, their edges tinged with gold, as if the heavens themselves were wooing the earth. Somewhere in the distance, an eagle circles, sharp-eyed and intent. Somewhere else, a swan glides silently across a lake. A bull lowers its head, patient and strong. All are disguises of the same god, restless in affection, eternal in desire. Zeus the lover, king of gods and yet forever chasing hearts, watches from above. And beneath his sky, mortals dream, children are born, and stories unfold, carried forward on the winds of myth. By this point in the story, Zeus has claimed the sky, hurled thunder at titans and monsters, and seated himself firmly upon Olympus. Yet when the Greeks told tales of him, they often turned not to battles or judgments, but to his children. Zeus was remembered above all as a father, not only the father of gods, but of heroes, dynasties, and lineages that stretched across both myth and history. If you leaf through Greek mythology, almost every extraordinary figure has one thing in common: Zeus somewhere in the family tree. The sheer number of his offspring is staggering. Each child carried a story, a role, and often a destiny that shaped the Greek imagination. Some were born of goddesses, others of mortal women, still others from unions stranger than either. Each arrival was less a matter of romance than a turning point for myth. Through his children, Zeus populated Olympus, filled the epics, and gave mortals heroes to admire, or to fear. Consider Athena, perhaps the most famous of his divine daughters. Her birth was unlike any other. Fearing a prophecy that her mother Metis would bear a child stronger than its father, Zeus swallowed Metis whole. This, as it turns out, was not a wise digestive decision. In time, Zeus developed a splitting headache. Hephaestus, god of the forge, split open his skull with an axe, and out sprang Athena in gleaming armour, fully grown, spear in hand. From the head of Zeus came wisdom itself. The story gave the Greeks more than a goddess. It gave them a symbol of strategy, intelligence, and the strange way that even attempts to outwit prophecy end up fulfilling it. Then came Apollo and Artemis, twins of brilliance and balance. Their mother Leto wandered in exile, shunned by the jealous Hera, until she found refuge on the island of Delos. There she gave birth, and suddenly the cosmos had new guardians of light. Apollo became god of music, prophecy, and healing, while Artemis ruled over hunting, wilderness, and the moon. Together they represented order and rhythm, the sun by day, the moon by night. Every bowstring twang, every lyre note, every sunrise and moonrise was traced back to Zeus's children. Hermes was another of his lively offspring, born to Maia, daughter of Atlas. From the moment he drew breath, Hermes was busy. Still in his swaddling clothes, he stole Apollo's cattle, then invented the lyre to smooth over the quarrel. Zeus must have recognized something of himself in this mischievous child, clever, audacious, unstoppable. Hermes became the messenger of the gods, patron of travellers and merchants, and guide of souls into the underworld. In Hermes, the Greeks saw wit and speed personified, a god who laughed at barriers and slipped through boundaries. Dionysus was perhaps the most unusual of Zeus's children. His mother Semele was a mortal. Tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus show himself in full divine glory, she was consumed by his radiance. Yet Zeus rescued the unborn child, sewing him into his thigh until he was ready to be born. Twice born, Dionysus embodied contradiction, joy and madness, ecstasy and ruin. Through him, Zeus became father of revelry and transformation. The Greeks credited Dionysus with wine, theatre, and the release of human passion. Even in merriment, Zeus's fatherhood shaped culture. But Zeus' children were not limited to Olympus. Many were mortal heroes, destined for extraordinary lives. Danae, locked in a bronze chamber by her fearful father, was visited by Zeus as a shower of golden rain. From that union came Perseus, who would slay the Gorgon Medusa and rescue Andromeda from the sea monster. Perseus was not merely a hero of myth. He was claimed as ancestor by noble families, his divine parentage granting them prestige. Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, was another son of Zeus. Born of the mortal woman Alcmene, he embodied strength itself. Hera's jealousy pursued him endlessly, yet his labours, slaying the Nemean lion, capturing Cerberus, cleaning the Augean stables, became symbols of endurance. Through Heracles, Zeus's fatherhood gave the Greeks a model of heroism, strength tested by suffering, glory won through trial. Temples rose to Heracles as both a mortal and a god, his story echoing across centuries. Helen of Troy, whose beauty launched 1,000 ships, was another of Zeus's children. In one version, he came to her mother Leda as a swan, gentle in form but irresistible in power. From their union came Helen, the woman whose abduction by Paris set in motion the Trojan War. Helen's divine parentage explained her extraordinary allure, her central role in history and legend alike. Through her, Zeus was father not just of heroes but of wars. There was also Minos, king of Crete, son of Europa and Zeus in the form of a bull. Minos became famous as a lawgiver and judge of the dead, his authority traced back to Zeus. Amphion and Zephyr, twins born of Antiope, raised walls around Thebes with music and strength. Even Sarpedon, a hero of Troy, was said to be Zeus's son. Everywhere in myth, one stumbles upon his children, ruling, fighting, building, suffering. What did this abundance of offspring mean to the Greeks? On one level, it explained why heroes stood apart from ordinary mortals. To say someone was born of Zeus was to account for their greatness. Why could Heracles wrestle lions? Because his father was the thunderer. Why was Helen impossibly beautiful? Because her father was the sky god. The divine lineage made sense of extraordinary qualities. On another level, Zeus's fatherhood legitimized rulers and dynasties. Kings claimed descent from him to bolster their authority. A city might say its founder was a son of Zeus, thereby stamping its origins with divine approval. Genealogy became theology. Politics became myth. The king was not only powerful because of armies or wealth. He was powerful because the sky itself was in his blood. But being Zeus' child was not always a blessing. Many of his offspring lived tragic lives, burdened by divine rivalry. Hera's jealousy meant that illegitimate children often suffered. Heracles was driven to madness, Perseus faced exile, Helen caused destruction. Sarpedon died on the plains of Troy despite his father's grief. To carry Zeus's blood was to live a life larger than life, but also heavier than ordinary fate. The Greeks seemed to understand this paradox. Divine heritage brought greatness, but it also brought struggle. Philosophically, Zeus's vast family tree represented the fertility of the cosmos itself. Just as rain fertilizes the earth, Zeus fertilized the human world with stories, heroes, and destinies. His endless children reflected the endless abundance of life. Yet his offspring were not uniform. They were as varied as the sky's moods. Some were bright like dawn, some wild like storms, some tragic like lightning striking too soon. The Greeks saw in this variety a reflection of life itself, unpredictable, fertile, and often bittersweet. Artists and poets filled their works with Zeus's children. Temples to Athena crowned the Acropolis. Hymns to Apollo echoed at Delphi. Festivals to Dionysus gave rise to theatre itself. Statues of Heracles lined gymnasiums, inspiring athletes with his labours. Even in daily life, Zeus's fatherhood was present. To sing, to plant crops, to compete, to drink wine, to tell stories. All these acts carried the touch of his offspring. So when the Greeks told tales of Zeus, they did not see a distant god sitting idly on his throne. They saw the father whose children walked among them, whose descendants ruled their cities, whose offspring fought in their legends. He was the link between heaven and earth, his children the bridge across which myth entered the mortal world. As you close your eyes, picture Olympus as a great tree, its branches reaching into every valley, every sea, every city. At its root sits Zeus, thunder in his hand, sky above his head. From him, branches spread, each bearing fruit. Athena's wisdom, Apollo's song, Artemis's bow, Hermes' cunning, Dionysus's revelry, Perseus's courage, Heracles' strength, Helen's beauty. Some fruit sweet, some bitter, all vital. To the Greeks, this tree of Zeus's children was the very fabric of their culture, its roots deep in heaven, its branches shading the world of men. For all his thunderbolts, for all his children, for all his throne upon Olympus, there was one power that Zeus could never fully command. The Greeks called it Moira, fate. It was older than the gods, deeper than the earth, wider than the sky. Even Zeus, king of heaven, was bound to it. He might stretch out his hand, hurl fire across the firmament, or weigh the lives of mortals on his great scales. But at the end of the day, fate was immovable. To understand Zeus, one must understand how even he bowed to destiny. The Greeks personified fate as three women, the Moirai, spinning, measuring, and cutting the thread of life. Clotho spun the thread, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos cut it with her shears. No thunderbolt could frighten them, no plea could soften their resolve. They were not cruel, they were inevitable. Their task was simply to ensure that everything followed its appointed course. Even the gods themselves had a thread, and Zeus's was no exception. This idea fascinated the Greeks, who were acutely aware of how fragile life was. A farmer could work diligently and still lose a harvest to drought. A sailor could pray to every god and still be wrecked by storms. A warrior could train for years and still fall to a stray arrow. To explain this, they looked to fate. Zeus might rule the sky, but fate ruled existence. He was mighty, but he was not absolute. And to the Greeks, that was strangely comforting. No power, not even Zeus, was limitless. Yet Zeus did not stand helpless before fate. He was often portrayed as its interpreter, its enforcer, the one who ensured that destiny unfolded as it must. In Homer's Iliad, he is described weighing the fates of warriors on his golden scales. When Hector and Achilles faced one another, Zeus lifted the balances of doom, and the side of Hector sank lower. Even Zeus sighed, knowing his beloved Trojan hero was doomed. He could not alter the outcome, but he bore witness to it, dignifying fate with divine recognition. At times, Zeus did try to bend destiny. Myths speak of his attempts to delay, to soften, to redirect. When Sarpedon, his son, fought at Troy, Zeus considered saving him from death, but Hera reminded him that even he must not defy fate. With sorrow, Zeus allowed Sarpedon to fall, his body carried home by sleep and death. Here the Greeks wove tragedy into their theology. Zeus was not a tyrant, free to favour his children at will. He too was bound by higher law. The story becomes not one of indifference, but of restraint, of the sky god accepting limits. This theme also explained why prophecies always came true. When the oracle at Delphi spoke, it was not inventing the future, but articulating what was already woven. Croesus of Lydia famously misinterpreted the oracle, thinking he would destroy a mighty empire if he went to war with Persia. He did destroy an empire, his own. Zeus's justice and the oracle's fate walked hand in hand, reminding mortals that destiny rarely unfolded as expected, but always unfolded nonetheless. Zeus's relationship with fate also shaped how Greeks viewed power itself. Kings might boast of armies, cities might flaunt wealth, but all were ultimately subject to destiny. This belief kept human arrogance in check. Even the strongest ruler knew that his thread could be cut without warning. Zeus embodied authority, but fate embodied necessity. The one ruled with thunder, the other with silence. Together they created a cosmos both ordered and mysterious. It is worth remembering that the Greeks did not imagine fate as cruel. It was impartial. A short life could be glorious. A long life could be tragic. The point was not the length of the thread, but how it was woven. Achilles, for instance, was offered a choice: a long, quiet life, or a short, glorious one. He chose the latter, fulfilling his fate as the greatest of warriors. Zeus did not intervene to change his choice. He simply ensured that the chosen destiny was honoured. In this way, fate gave meaning, and Zeus gave it weight. The poets often emphasized Zeus's dual role, subject to fate, yet also its spokesman. Hesiod called him the dispenser of fates, suggesting that though he did not create destiny, he allocated its fulfillment. In Homer, Zeus might send dreams, omens, or storms to guide mortals toward their destined path. Fate was the script. Zeus was the director, ensuring the play stayed on track. For mortals, this was enough. They did not expect to escape their thread, but they trusted Zeus to oversee its unfolding with a kind of stern fairness. Philosophically, this tension became important later. Thinkers like the Stoics reflected on Zeus as equivalent to divine reason, the Logos, a rational order that permeates the universe. In their view, fate was simply the will of Zeus expressed in cosmic law. To live virtuously was to align oneself with this order, accepting fate without complaint. Even if thunder shook the heavens, one could rest knowing that everything happened according to the sky god's plan. In this way, Zeus became not only father of gods, but the principle of destiny itself. Yet the myths never allowed us to forget his frustration with fate. Again and again, Zeus was depicted sighing over the deaths of heroes, lamenting that he could not save them. These moments gave him a strangely human quality. For all his grandeur, he knew sorrow. He could not shield his favourites from mortality. He was powerful, but not almighty. And in this way, the Greeks brought their god closer to themselves. He was not a machine enforcing destiny, but a father watching children suffer, unable to prevent it. This balance between Zeus and fate also provided an explanation for tragedy. The great plays of Athens, by Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, often depicted characters struggling against destiny. Oedipus tried to escape the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, but in doing so, he fulfilled it. Behind these tales stood the quiet presence of Zeus, who allowed the threads to play out. His justice and fate's necessity combined to form the backdrop of human suffering. To the Greeks, tragedy was not meaningless pain. It was the order of the cosmos, observed and permitted by the king of gods. And yet, there was always the possibility of reconciliation. To accept fate was, in some sense, to accept Zeus. To live justly, to honour the gods, to fulfil one's role, was to align oneself with the cosmic order. In this way, Zeus and fate were not enemies, but partners. One declared what must be, the other enforced it. The Greeks did not ask whether life was fair. They asked only whether it was fitting, and under Zeus's watchful eye, it was. So, as this chapter closes, imagine Zeus not with thunderbolt raised, but seated silently, watching the threads of life pass through the hands of the fates. He cannot cut them, cannot extend them, but he ensures they are respected. The sky above you is not arbitrary, it is law. The stars turn in their courses, storms come and go, lives begin and end, all according to a pattern older than Olympus. Even the king of gods, sitting in majesty on his throne, accepts that he too is bound by it. If your eyes are closing, take comfort in this image. A vast sky that is not empty but orderly. A God who rules with might, but also with humility before forces greater than himself. Thunder may rumble, but behind it is a quiet truth. Everything happens as it must. Zeus may be king, but fate is queen, and together they weave the fabric of existence. When the Greeks spoke of Zeus, they were never simply speaking of a god with a thunderbolt in his hand. They were speaking of something much larger, of authority, of justice, of kingship, of the very sky itself. He was the figure that unified their myths, the one whose presence was felt not only in temples and poems, but in the daily lives of farmers, sailors, rulers, and children. His legacy was immense, spilling beyond the boundaries of myth into art, politics, philosophy, and culture. And it did not end with the Greeks. Rome claimed him. The Renaissance revived him. Even now, fragments of his thunder echo in ways we might not always notice. To understand Zeus's legacy is to understand how humans, for thousands of years, have imagined what it means for power to watch from above. Zeus's legacy began in worship. He was not a remote figure who appeared only in grand myths. He was invoked in countless small acts of devotion. Farmers prayed to him as Zeus Ombrios, bringer of rain, when their fields turned dry. Travellers invoked him as Zeus Xenios, protector of guests, when they knocked on a stranger's door. Judges swore by him as Zeus Horkios, guardian of oaths, when disputes were settled. He was Zeus Ktesios, protector of households, and Zeus Panhellenios, the god worshipped by all Greeks together. His many names show the breadth of his reach. Each epithet was like a facet of the same jewel. He was not one god among many. He was many roles within one god. His sanctuaries reflected this diversity. At Dodona, his oracle spoke not through a carved statue, but through a tree. The oak rustled, the doves cooed, and priests interpreted the sounds as his voice. People brought lead tablets etched with questions. Should I take this journey? Will my child be born safely? Is it wise to plant wheat this year? Zeus's answers came not with thunder, but with whispers in the wind. For centuries, mortals trusted the leaves of an oak to carry the words of their king. At Olympia, his worship was grander. Every 4 years, the Olympic Games were held in his honour. Athletes competed not for wealth, but for the glory of a wreath of olive leaves, sacred to him. For the duration of the Games, even warring city-states declared a truce. Rivals stood side by side, not as enemies but as competitors under Zeus's gaze. This was no mere sport, it was ritual. To run, to wrestle, to throw, these were acts of devotion. At the heart of the sanctuary stood Phidias's colossal statue, gleaming with ivory and gold, Zeus seated on a throne, serene and majestic. Ancient visitors said it was so awe-inspiring that they felt they had seen the god himself. The statue may be gone, but the tradition of the games continues, and with it, the faint memory of Zeus. His presence was also etched into literature. Homer describes him as arbiter of war, weighing the fates of men on golden scales. A single nod of his head could seal the destiny of a city. Hesiod called him the dispenser of justice, rewarding the righteous and punishing the corrupt. Tragedians like Aeschylus and Sophocles invoked him as the ultimate authority, the one whose law lay behind every twist of human suffering. Even when he does not appear in the plays, he is always there, like the sky itself, unseen but unavoidable. To write of justice, power, or fate in Greece was to write, whether directly or indirectly, of Zeus. Philosophy carried him into new realms. Heraclitus spoke of Zeus as the embodiment of the thunderous order that kept the cosmos alive. The Stoics went further, equating Zeus with the Logos, the rational principle that permeated the universe. In their eyes, Zeus was not simply a personified god, but the very law of nature itself. To live virtuously was to live in harmony with Zeus, which meant in harmony with the cosmos. Even Plato, though critical of myth, used Zeus as a model for kingship. In the Laws, he imagines human rulers who, like Zeus, must combine strength with justice. In philosophy, Zeus shifted from sky god to cosmic principle, showing the adaptability of his legacy. Rome adopted him eagerly, renaming him Jupiter. Under this new title, he became the guardian of empire. Roman generals prayed to him before battles, and the Senate honoured him as Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter best and greatest. His temple on the Capitoline Hill was the beating heart of Rome's religion. His eagle soared with the legions, stamped on standards that proclaimed Roman might. His thunderbolt appeared on coins, reminding citizens that the empire ruled under the authority of the sky. Through Rome, Zeus's legacy spread far beyond Greece, woven into the laws, symbols, and power of the ancient world. Even after the fall of pagan worship, Zeus lingered. In the Middle Ages, he appeared in allegories and manuscripts as Jupiter, sometimes treated as a planetary force, sometimes as a symbol of kingship. During the Renaissance, he was reborn in art. Painters depicted him with swirling robes, a stern gaze, and skies split with lightning. Sculptors carved him with eagle and thunderbolt, the old imagery given new polish. Poets drew upon him as a symbol of divine authority, even when Christianity had long since taken hold. He endured, not as an object of worship, but as an idea, an image too powerful to fade. And even in modern times, his figure lingers. He is recast in novels, painted in fantasy, dramatised in film, and animated in cartoons. He is a character in video games, a presence in comic books, a name invoked in psychology as an archetype of paternal power. Children still learn his myths in school, perhaps laughing at the swan and the bull, perhaps marvelling at the thunderbolt. He has become less a god to worship than a cultural touchstone, a shorthand for authority, justice, and the sky itself. Few ancient gods have survived with such vitality. Zeus remains recognisable, even to those who know little of Greece. But perhaps his greatest legacy lies in something quieter, the act of looking up. For the Greeks, the sky was alive. Every rumble of thunder, every flash of lightning, Every passing cloud carried meaning. They saw Zeus in the weather, in the order of the stars, in the simple fact that the heavens stretch endlessly above us. His legacy is not only temples or statues or poems. It is the instinct to connect the vastness of the sky with the idea of power, of order, of justice. We still look upward, perhaps no longer fearing his thunderbolts, but still feeling awe at the endless blue by day and the scattered stars by night. That awe is Zeus's truest inheritance. His legacy, then, is layered, it is religious, in sanctuaries and sacrifices. It is cultural, in games and poetry. It is philosophical, in reflections on justice and natural law. It is political, in dynasties that trace their legitimacy to him. It is artistic, in statues and paintings that captured his majesty. And it is emotional, in the human response to the sky itself. Fear, wonder, gratitude, humility. The Greeks may have shaped his image, but they were giving form to something universal. The sense that above us is authority, both comforting and terrifying, both personal and impersonal. As you let your eyes grow heavy, imagine his legacy not as words on a page, but as a landscape. The oak groves of Dodona whisper in the wind. The stadium of Olympia hums with the echo of races run long ago. The Capitoline hill of Rome gleams with marble, eagles perched in bronze. Renaissance painters splash his figure across vaulted ceilings, thunder in one hand, eagle in the other. And finally, the night sky itself stretches above you, vast and eternal, unchanged since the Greeks first told his name. Zeus may no longer receive sacrifices of bulls and goats. His statue at Olympia may be dust. His temples may be ruins. Yet the sky remains, and in the sky his presence lingers. His legacy is not a single story, but 1,000 threads, woven into the way humans have always sought to explain the world. He is thunder, he is law, he is laughter at his disguises, he is sorrow at his limits, he is the father whose children populate myth, the king whose rule mirrors both strength and restraint. He is above all the reminder that when we look upward, we feel watched, judged, and, in some strange way, cared for. So sleep now beneath that same sky. Let the stars turn in their courses. Let the wind move through unseen branches. Let the silence stretch vast above you. The Greeks once told of Zeus to explain these things. We tell his story still, not because we fear his thunder, but because we recognize in him something of ourselves. Our need for justice, our awe of power, our wonder at the infinite dome overhead. His legacy is the sky itself, eternal, immense, and filled with stories.